Hi there and welcome to your marathon that will help you revise all the concepts and answer all your questions. Along with that, of course, we'll take you through a lot of practice. But before that, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And in case we haven't met yet, my name is Vikrant and I'm your personal coach for all things related to logical reasoning, reading comprehension, and certain other things as well. So, do you have any question or questions for me before we start? Is there anything that you want to ask or want to know? Because that's where we would like to then begin with. So tell me anything that you happen to have a question about. Okay, so in that case, I think as more and more people join, Alankrita, how are you doing? So as people join, let me go ahead and give you a quick review first. So we know that in the kind of exam that we are appearing for, there are certain things that get asked. Okay, so one of those certain things is LR. And if you talk about the kind of LR that we have been getting in the exam for the last few years, now it is basically a mixture of reading comprehension and critical reasoning. So the boundaries between RC and LR are not that clearly defined anymore. And you know the RC side of the things. When it comes to the critical reasoning side of the things, within CR, the core concepts that you are required to know are: number one, identify the assumption. And thereafter, there are three more question types, which are the assumption family questions, and they are: strengthen the argument, weaken the argument, and identify the logical flaw in the argument. And thereafter, we of course happen to have a very important question type called identify the inference questions. Then a question type that does not get asked that frequently is analogous argument questions. And then there is this one more low frequency question type that we have talked about, and that is, so analogous argument is that same parallel structure argument questions. And then the last one is resolve the paradox. So before I move further, is there any question type out of these 7 that you still have some vagueness about? A question type where you're not 100% sure of what it is that you are supposed to go ahead and look at when you meet these in the exam? If yes, then go ahead, put that in the comment box and I'd go ahead and help you answer this. Pranay, you can ask current affairs related questions in the current affairs segment of the class. Right now, if you happen to have any issue related to reading comprehension or logical reasoning, I'm going to be your guide. Janvi, sir, how can we remember the question stem of 7 different question types? I mean, there are a few synonyms that are used here, but that's about it. So each one of these question types would typically have 2 or 3 other ways of framing them, and we have talked about those in the class. In case there is a particular question stem that you've come across and that confuses you, like, I don't know what this asks, go ahead and share that with me in the chat and I'd help you straight away. And if you think you don't have those with you right now, it's all right. I am going to be with you for at least one more session before your exam, and you can gather those things there and then ask me those questions in that particular test. Okay, so otherwise, any confusion in terms of what this question is asking, how to approach this question type, how to deal with options that are close, then please ask. Until then, I'll go ahead and give you a quick overview. So we know that fundamentally in critical reasoning we deal with arguments, So in an argument, we have a conclusion. This conclusion is supported by some premises or assumptions. Now, what exactly are assumptions? Assumptions are nothing but unstated premises. So these are reasons that were used by the speaker, by the author of that argument, creator of that argument, but he did not state them while talking to us. So this is the foundational thing, and that is why we typically start with identifying the assumptions. Okay. Then when you say strength, so assumption is all about finding out the unstated premises, or in other words, the correct answer choice in this question will present you a new piece of information which is essential for the conclusion. So if you do not use that piece of information, you'd realize that it is impossible for you to arrive at that conclusion. Now, how do we determine that the piece is essential? We do that with the help of the negation test. So you contradict that answer choice and look for its impact on the argument. So if the contradiction basically means that the argument becomes invalid, the argument falls apart, you can no longer arrive at the conclusion, then you would call it the correct answer. On the other hand, if it does not really have much of an impact, then it is not going to be your assumption. Then how do we strengthen an argument? 3 ways. You can add more premises, you can add some extra support to the premises that are already there. So premises or assumptions. You can do that by the way of citing some additional facts, statistics, examples, and they should help. Apart from that, you can also state the assumption, and that simple act of stating the assumption can also go ahead and strengthen the argument. And when it comes to weakening the argument, you once again try to disprove the premises or the assumptions, and if you're not out and out able to disprove, at least you should try to cast some suspicion on them with the help of some additional information. Fair enough? Then when it comes to logical flaw is all about finding out a questionable assumption in your argument. An assumption which is not correct is your logical flaw. Then when it comes to inference basically means an unstated conclusion. Very important question type for us. So whenever the question says, hey, identify the inference, what do? We go to every answer choice and we evaluate that option on the basis of the information supplied by the passage, right? So after that, the result of the evaluation is a label. The label can be true, false, or can't say. So you label every answer choice as true, false, or can't say. In almost all the questions, the option that is true is going to be your answer, and false and can't say can be ruled out. In case there is no answer choice which is true, then that makes the question a little difficult. Then we need to deal with those nuances and shades where we get into the probabilities and arrive at an answer thereafter. And then analogous argument simply is a parallel structure argument. You can also think of it as a two-step question. So in this question, in paragraph-based CR, it is more of finding out the underlying structure of reasoning. But in a passage-based critical reasoning scenario, you'd normally see that you arrive at some inference on the basis of the passage, and then you apply that inference to the situations that are present in the answer choices, and you'd notice at one of those inferences, for one of those inferences, you'd be able to apply that inference, and that's going to be the right answer. And finally, resolve the paradox. You know what a paradox is? Two seemingly contradictory things occurring together. So the right answer choice brings in a new piece of information which vaporizes, which eliminates that seeming contradiction. And that's basically it. So that's how we really go ahead and deal with it. So I very concisely captured all of the key ideas of our fundamental foundational question types. Now let me add one more thing to it, and that is we are going to get passages. So when you have multiple passages, and what I'm saying is relevant for reading comprehension, it is also relevant for logical reasoning. So the first thing that you do is passage prioritization. What does that mean? So you need to determine the order in which you want to attempt those passages. How do you do that? So a lot of people talk about a lot of different things, but fundamentally I'd say look at just two things, okay? So what are those two things? The first thing that you look at is the length of the passage. How long it is, along with the number of questions it has. So the idea is you have a certain number of questions and you have a certain number of words in the passage. We want this ratio to be really very favorable. In fact, let me flip it around instead of writing it this way. So look at the total number of words that you have approximately and divide them by the number of questions that you get. So you want to be in a situation where you're reading the least amount of words per question. So that's one. The second thing that you can do is you can look at your level of familiarity with the passage. Familiarity with respect to the subject matter that it brings in, and familiarity with respect to the kind of language that it uses. So focus on these two things. Some people may say that, hey, go ahead and look at the question types, etc. But then when it comes to reading comprehension and when it comes to logical reasoning, we only have a finite amount of question types, and by now I expect you to have mastered each one of those question types. In case there is a type which is bothering you or troubling you, you can always ask that from us, and we'd love to help you with it. So the truth is, it's not the question type that can make a question difficult. It is how close the options are that determines the difficulty level. Okay, and since we cannot really go ahead and read all the options and then figure out whether they are close or not before we've read the passage, that particular bit of strategy becomes meaningless. So what I typically do is that I assign myself 10 seconds every passage, right? In those 10 seconds, I want to finish this assessment. If you think 10 seconds is a bit too much for you, you can take 15. But then do it for every passage, compare them. So my favorite way of doing it is, I go to the first passage, I run this particular process, and I give it a number, and that number for me is always 6. The first passage always gets 6. Then I move over to the next one. If I find the next one easier, I'm going to give it a smaller number, a 3, a 4, a 5. On the other hand, if I find it tougher, I give it a higher number, a 7, 8, 9, whatever. So go ahead and give or assign a number to each one of those passages, and thereafter start from the easiest one and start moving towards the most challenging one. But my suggestion is go through 2, 3 and then explore other sections before you spend a lot of time on this section. Maybe the other section is even easier for you. Okay, so go ahead, do that, and hopefully that should help you. So once you've done passage prioritization in RC as well as LR, you will arrive at a particular passage to begin with. So when you go to that passage, what is the next thing that you do? So after passage prioritization, the next thing that you do is you read the passage. And once you have read the passage, you go to the questions. Now I will add a couple of things here. So when you read the passage, you are supposed to read it to generate a mental overview of the passage. You're not supposed to kind of, retain everything. And because you're generating the overview, you can afford to be fast. So my expectation typically is that you'd be able to go through at least 200 words in a minute. Or if not that, then at least 170 words in a minute, which is par for the course. Okay, so don't worry about retaining everything, right? Then you go to the questions, and by now you know each one of these question types by heart, you know the approach, etc. So the fundamental thing that I want you to remember is that we use the elimination approach as our go-to strategy for all the indirect questions. Okay, so only the direct, fact-based, specific detail questions can we go ahead and use selection. For every other question type, please make sure that when you look at an option, you're thinking of why is it wrong? On what basis can I reject it? Right? So that's going to help you more. Ritu says, sir, please provide PDF. Ritu, I am conducting this session on YouTube, and these sessions are basically open to everyone. So it's not always easy for us to reach out to everyone. So in YouTube sessions, I would not really pass along a PDF. I do that in our batches because when the class is going on for your batch, you cannot go back in time, right? So PDF obviously helps, but here on YouTube you can always grab hold of the seeker and then go back to the passage. So यहाँ पे ना PDF नहीं दे रहा हूँ मैं, वही दो रीज़न, दे भी नहीं पाऊँगा सब लोगों को, ज़रूरी नहीं है कहाँ कहाँ से देख रहे हैं, और YouTube में उसकी ज़रूरत भी तो नहीं है ना, आप हमेशा वापस जा ही सकते हैं, ठीक है. सो ये हमारी बेसिक स्ट्रैटेजी. और ये जो एलिमिनेशन अप्रोच है, दिस वेरीज फ्रॉम क्वेश्चन टाइप बाय क्वेश्चन टाइप. सो इन केस यू आर स्ट्रगलिंग विद अ स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन टाइप, डू आस्क मी एंड आईड हेल्प यू. सो अभी मैं जो वट एवर आई एम गोइंग टू डू विद यू फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द सेशन, I am going to take you through LR along with hints of RC. So predominantly मतलब 70% चीज़ें अपनी LR टाइप की हैं, 30% reading comprehension type की हैं. That will ensure that you are able to revise both the things to a large extent. Okay, so now are you ready? So here is the process. Okay, so what will happen is that I'll take you through a passage on these slides. हाँ, तो एक एक स्लाइड करके चलेंगे. ज़्यादातर पैसेजेस 2 स्लाइड्स में होंगे, कुछ शायद एक पैसेज 3 स्लाइड्स का भी है. So once you have read that particular slide, you let me know and I'll take you over to the next one. लेकिन अब इसमें है क्या कि there is a gap of 10-14 around 14-15 seconds between when I say something and when you hear something. तो इसलिए हो सकता है कि मैं कभी कभी तुम्हारे बोलने से पहले ही चेंज कर दूं. फिर I'll take you over to the questions. You'll answer those questions, all the questions that are based on that particular passage, and after that we will review that passage again, जिसमें हम passage पढ़ेंगे और questions discuss करेंगे. So here we go. Let's start. So here is your first slide of passage 1. So please begin. Once you've read it, let me know. All right, so here is the next paragraph. The next bit is on your screen. All right, UG, that's great. Good to see that I'm constantly getting this feedback. So now that you're done with the passage, here is your first question. So share your answer. Once you are done, I will jot down your answer, and then later on when we revisit the questions, I will go ahead and explain it to you. Okay, Sanjay, I see your answer. Jotted it down. Samagra, Nuren. Okay. Anything else, guys? Anything else? All right, so here comes the next question on your screen, question number 2. Oh, mine. Almost everybody gave me the answer, huh? Okay. So Nuren has set the ball rolling with B, and then we've also gotten an A. Let's see what else we get. C as well. Last 15 seconds, and then I'll switch over to the next question. All right, so here is your question number 3. Okay, Sanjay, I see that. UG. Last 15 seconds. Okay, so here is question number 4. Take your time and then we'll see. Okay, so B. All right, let me see what else you get. So last 15 seconds, guys. Okay, so here is the fifth and the last question based on this particular passage. Sorry, where did the fifth question go? Hang on, I think I've probably shifted it elsewhere. Just give me a second. Give me 1 second and I will bring the question back and then share it with you. Where did my question number 5 go? Okay, oh, here you are. So let me just quickly rejig it and then we'll see. All right, now that this is done, let me see if I can drag it and bring it forth. Why is it not allowing me to paste it here? थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ हो गई, गलत जगह पेस्ट हो गया, मगर क्या करें? Okay, अब ठीक है. So there you go. Now you have your fifth question. So go ahead, answer this, and then we'll see. It's still passage 1. Okay, so some of us are going with A. We have also chosen C. That's all right. I hope you're thinking. Last 15 seconds. Okay, Alankrita, what does that asterisk, what is that supposed to mean? So this is your out and out RC question, right? Practicing both LR and RC. Okay, so let's dive into it. So let's start with our passage now. So the writer of history, I believe, has a number of duties vis-a-vis the reader if he wants to keep him reading. So if you are somebody who writes history, then you happen to have a lot of duties towards your reader, provided you want your reader to keep reading. Now, every writer would obviously want the reader to keep reading. So, what are those duties? The first is to distill. He must do the preliminary work for the reader, assemble the information, make sense of it, select the essential, discard the irrelevant. Above all, discard the irrelevant and put the rest together so that it forms a developing dramatic narrative. So it's basically saying that you go through everything and then convert it into a story which is based on real events. And what do you understand by dramatic? If I asked you to define it, how do you use dramatic? What is your understanding of it? क्या होता है भाई बताओ? Should I make it easier for you? अच्छा एक काम करो, सोचो, कभी जिंदगी में तुमने अपने किसी दोस्त को देख के बोला ओए ये ड्रामा बंद कर? Have you ever looked at a friend of yours and said, hey, stop this drama? Or maybe you look at a friend of yours and call that friend a drama queen. So what are the characteristics of this friend of yours? that you call a drama queen, ना क्या qualities होती है उस person में, या जब आप बोलते हैं stop the drama, what exactly is that person doing? So that will unlock the true meaning of this particular part for you. Tell me. Drama, how do you use it? Absolutely. Exaggeration. चीजों को बढ़ा चढ़ा के करना. So dramatic narrative, okay? So it's saying that it's okay to exaggerate things a bit, because those are the kind of things that may keep your reader reading. So narrative, it has been said, is the lifeblood of history. You need to have some kind of storyline to offer a mass of undigested facts, of names not identified and places not located, is of no use to the reader and is simple laziness on the part of the author, or pedantry to show how much he has read. So what exactly do you understand by the word pedantry? Pedantry is excessive concern with minor details or rules. So if he goes ahead and throws in a lot of names of people, of places, without contextualizing them, without looking at their utility, then he's just engaging in pedantry, okay? Filling the text with a lot of minor details. Or worse still, he's just trying to show that, oh, I've read a lot, see, I know all these things. To discard the unnecessary requires courage and also extra work, as exemplified by Pascal's effort to explain an idea to a friend in a letter, which rambled on for pages and ended, "I'm sorry to have wearied you with so long a letter, but I did not have time to write you a short one." So you notice, this is an example for this idea, that to discard the unnecessary requires courage and also extra work. I am highlighting it because it was used in one of our questions subsequently. Okay, so let's check. The historian is continually being beguiled down fascinating byways. What do you understand by continual? So you have this word called continual, and you also happen to have this other word called continuous. What is the difference between the two? Continuous versus continual. How do you define the difference? Go ahead, tell me. A lot of messages being posted and then deleted. I wonder why that would be. I missed out on reading the texts. So continual is something that happens at a regular frequency. See, continuous is something that happens without any interruption or break. Continuous is लगातार. Continual is रुक रुक के लगातार. So something that happens at a regular frequency is called continual. So is continually being beguiled. Beguiled means to persuade, to attract, to interest someone. So when you look at the history, there can be a lot of things that may attract you. But then if you follow them, you can be misled. You can be taken off your pursuit, off your mission. But the art of writing, the test of the artist is to resist the beguilement and cleave to the subject. So here cleave basically means to cut, okay? But here it would mean that, you cut away all those distractions and remain focused on the text, on your job, sorry, not the text, but focus on the job. So should the historian be an artist? Certainly. Conscious art should be half poet, half philosopher. I do not aspire to either of these heights. Storyteller, narrator. Distinction is not one of relative values, simply that history interests me more than fiction. I agree with Leopold von Rank that he compared the portrait of this, the truth more interesting and beautiful than the romance. So that's our passage. So let's get into the questions now. So for the first question, the answer that you gave me was option D, and you were absolutely correct. So the key thing here to spot is that it uses does not support. So which of the following statements does not support the author's ideas in the passage? So when you say historian should be an artist, even if partially, it supports what is given in the first 3 lines of the second paragraph. So it does support. A historian should filter and refine the content before presenting it to the reader. Remember the second line where he used the term distill? Agrees with that? So supports, strengthens. C, a historian should be ready to put in more effort than the minimum required from her. Once again, the second half of the first paragraph. But when you say historian's duty is to tell stories. Now, stories can also be fiction. Yes, he says convert into dramatic narratives. But in isolation, when we look at stories, they can also indicate works of fiction. Moreover, duty is very strong. So D is not exactly consistent with the passage, and that is why the answer. And you definitely got it right. Okay, second. I'm sorry to have wearied you with so long a letter, but I did not have time to write you a short one. This sentence, the passage conveys all of the following except. So except basically means no or not. So if you remove except, you can put in a not. This sentence in the passage does not convey one of the following. So you basically seeing that out of A, B, C and D, you'd notice 3 can be termed true on the basis of this sentence, whereas 1 will be termed not true, and the one which is not true is going to be your answer to this particular question. So let's see. So what was the context of this passage? That if you want to be focused, if you want to put in things which are relevant, then it requires more effort. So A, precise writing requires more effort and time to organize one's thoughts. So in this particular context, he rambled on for pages. So rambling does, and then he said that, I could not write a shorter one because I did not have time. What does it tell you? That the non-rambling kind of writing requires more time, and a non-rambling writing can be termed as precise writing. So this is true according to the sentence, and therefore this option A cannot be our answer. Then let's look at B. The process of keeping the essential and discarding the non-essential is time consuming. That's exactly what the point of this example was. Remember? So therefore even this is true. C. The process of writing long letters may take more time and short letters take more effort. No. But here he's saying that I could have written you a shorter one, but I did not have time. So writing the shorter one definitely takes more time and maybe even more effort, right? So, but here it says that longer letters take more time, which is false. So this bit is false. And then let's look at D. Focused writing requires more time and effort. Yes, can be inferred from the passage. So C is the one which is false, and that is why C is the one which is going to be our answer to this particular question. So this is a question where A, B and C were the 3 answers that I received. Now I hope I've demonstrated why C is correct. The first thing that you had to deal with was except, and thereafter whatever other things that you have there. Okay. And then let's dive into our third question. Which of the following options most closely resembles the meaning of beguilement and cleave? So once again, beguile basically means to deceive, to mislead, to delude, mislead, not mislead, okay? And cleave basically means to separate, divide, to cut. So in this particular case, beguilement was getting sidetracked, remember? So distraction, yes. Ensnarement, yes. Deception, yes. Desperation, no. So D gets ruled out at this juncture itself. Whereas cleave was cutting away the distractions and then remaining focused on the task at hand. So split, maybe. Misinterpret, no. Slit, no. Slit is a very specific kind of cut. Split is better than slit. So although neither of the two give us that exact meaning, but you notice split is closer to the meaning of cleave, and therefore we should go ahead and choose A as our answer over C. So B and D are getting ruled out because of the fact that beguilement has got nothing to do with desperation and cleave has got nothing to do with misinterpretation. So these are easy to eliminate. We basically had to think between A and C. Okay, and then your question number 4. Okay, so let me just take you through what happened. Okay, when the author says he must do the preliminary work for the reader, assemble the information, make sense of it, select the essential, discard the irrelevant, above all discard the irrelevant, the author repeats the above all discard the irrelevant for which of the following reasons? To show that discarding the essential is a sine qua non. What exactly is a sine qua non? Sine qua non is, I'll just write it here, it basically refers to a necessary condition. I mean, necessary and condition are actually redundant. Necessary means, condition means that it is necessary, but a necessary condition in the sense that without it, the rest of the things are not possible. So what does it say? Discard the irrelevant. So he's emphasizing it. He's saying that discarding the irrelevant is essential. So A says discarding the essential is essential. No. Discarding the non-essential is essential. Yes. Is necessary? Yeah, that works. To show that discarding the essential is a quid pro quo. What exactly is a quid pro quo? Come on, give me the definition fast. So quid pro quo is, बहुत सारे करप्शन केसेस में देखा होगा आपने क्विड प्रो को प्रूव करना पड़ता है. सो क्विड प्रो को इज यू स्क्रैच माई बैक आई विल स्क्रैच योर्स. इस हाथ दे उस हाथ ले. एक स्टोरी याद आई मुझको ना इससे, उससे क्विड प्रो को का मीनिंग एकदम क्लियर हो जाएगा. एक दिन पता है क्या हुआ, एक इंडियन आर्मी का सोल्जर, उसको चाहिए थी यार 2 हफ्ते की छुट्टी घर जाने के लिए. तो भाई वो सोल्जर जो है, द सोल्जर वेंट टू हिज कमांडिंग ऑफिसर एंड देन सेड, सो ही वेंट देयर लाइक, CEO साहब, could you give me a 2-week leave? CEO looked at him and was like, no, I cannot give it to you now, come back later. Okay. Bhai, exactly 7 days later, same day, same time, same soldier was once again in CEO's office like, CEO saab, can I take 2-week leave? Like, no, not possible, come back later. Why, exactly a week later, once again, same day, same time, same soldier, CEO साहब, can I take a 2-week leave? The CEO once again declined the request. But then he's like, यार अगर मैं ऐसे करता रहूँगा तो हर हफ्ते आता रहेगा. He'd keep coming back to me every damn week. I need to somehow get rid of him for good. So he said that, okay, you keep coming back for a 2-week leave. Forget a 2-week leave. I will give you a 4-week leave, but I have a condition, a sine qua non. And the condition is, get me a tank of the Pakistani army. So the soldier looked at the CEO, saluted, left. Now the very next morning, the same soldier entered the CEO's room and said, CEO saab, the tank from the Pakistani army is parked outside. Now give me my 4-week leave. अब भाई the CEO was trapped. बोले यार अब ये क्या करने का यार, ये क्या हुआ? So, but because he said that if you get me a tank, he walked out, he saw the tank standing there. So he had to grant him the leave. अब कुछ कर नहीं सकते थे, छुट्टी देनी पड़ी. तो भाई छुट्टी दे तो दी 4 हफ्ते की, but then he was thinking of, यार, how did he get the tank? So by evening, the suspense was so high that he grabbed hold of that soldier and asked, buddy, how did you get the tank? And you know what the soldier replied? बोला सर इसमें कौन सी बड़ी बात है, जब उन लोगों को छुट्टी चाहिए होती है वो भी तो हमारे टैंक ले जाते हैं. So apparently there was a quid pro quo happening between the soldier and the 2 army when they needed leave. Quid pro quo, I hope you remember it. So it definitely does not refer to a quid pro quo, so you can rule it out. And then to show that discarding the non-essential is pacta sunt servanda. Pacta sunt servanda is agreements must be kept. It is Latin for agreements must be kept. It happens to be one of the oldest principles of international law. So without such a rule, no international agreement would be binding or enforceable. Okay, so every treaty is in force is binding upon the parties to it and must be performed by them in good faith. So no relation with this sentence, so even D can be ruled out. So the best answer for us remains option B. And with that, let me take you over to your next question. Question number 5, which of the following best describes the tone of the passage? So first up, what exactly is tone? Tone basically talks about the emotions or the attitude of the author towards the topic in question. So what was the topic in question? The characteristics of a writer of history. How he should look at the act of writing history. So is it explanatory? Is it contemplative? Is it heuristic? Is it philosophical? So देखो अब if I look at it, explanatory is where you explain a phenomenon, where you talk about why something has happened or must happen, but they're not explaining anything here. Contemplative is something that involves quiet and serious thought for a prolonged period of time. Okay, when you're being thoughtful, you're being reflective, looking back. Then you have heuristic. Heuristic is a method of learning or solving problems that allows people to discover things for themselves and learn from their own experiences. But यहाँ पे the author is not leaving things to people that hey, go out, write, and then figure things out for yourself. He is in fact offering certain things that he has realized through his thinking. So C can be ruled out. Philosophical can mean relating to the study and writing of philosophy. Philosophical can also mean showing a calm attitude towards disappointments or difficulties. Right. So I think explanatory and heuristic are easy to eliminate. But what exactly is the author doing? Is he not thinking about the act of writing history? In that process is also referring to others and learning certain things from their example. So all of that makes it closer to contemplative. He is involving in a deep thought. And therefore, this is going to be our best answer, contemplative. Okay, so tone-based questions of course cannot also depend heavily on vocabulary, and that's always a challenge. So with that done, let's now switch over to our passage number 2. Let's go. So take 3 deep breaths and I'll take you over to your next passage. Done. Deep breaths are like basically those belly breaths, okay? And once again, a reminder, when you read the passage, you're supposed to generate the overview. And once again, a reminder that we'd go ahead and solve it in 2 rounds. Round 1 is where you read and the passage, attempt the questions. Round 2 is where we read the passage together and discuss the questions. Okay, so here is the first slide for you. Go ahead, read it. Read it? 5 seconds and I'll switch. So the next paragraph, there will be one more paragraph after this. Okay, changing to the next and the last slide for you. Here it is. All right, and here are the questions, starting with question number 6. What's your take? Go on, share your answers, come on. Okay, I see that. Nuran is the only one answering. What happened to the others? Come on. Okay, so I got an B, we've got an D, and let's with that move over to the next question. Question number 7 on your screen. And I know when you see none of the above, it can at times make things tricky. Let's see what you choose. Alright, so I have once again gotten, okay, only one answer so far. As in one unique option being picked up by everyone so far. That's nice. Alright, so here is the next question now. Question number 8. Go ahead and tell me what you think. Oh, I've gotten one extra answer for 7th as well. Alright, I'll discuss that too. Question number 8, what's your take? Okay, so in 8th 2 we getting A versus B. All right, let's see what else we get. Oh, we have D as well. Okay, got you. Last 10 seconds and then we switch over to the next question. Okay, so here is your question number 9. So moving into the League of RC, give me the most suitable title. Okay, so I've noted your answers for this and I'm switching over to the next question in 10 seconds. Okay, and here is the last question on your screen. In the interim, I also got one more answer, so I've jotted that down too. All right, so far a couple of answers. What about the rest? All right, one more answer. So just a wee bit more and we will go ahead and discussing it. Let's see. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into our passage now. So I think a fairly easy passage, I would say. This starts with, I want to start off with an individual animal, name of the animal, never had the pleasure of meeting him, though I did meet one of his siblings or perhaps cousins. Was a very charming fellow born in the cloud forest. So basically talks about how this one particular animal came into being, and there is only one word here that may require discussion. Herpetologist is a herpetologist is somebody who specializes in the study of reptilians and amphibians. So reptilians, snakes, lizards and all that. Amphibians, the ones who can live in water as well as land. So those candidates. And then the next paragraph went ahead and talked about some more details, and it's here that we get to know that Tuffy was a particular type of tree frog. And then it says why the scientists were interested in him. And then the last paragraph talks about the fact that they gathered them, but they could not really multiply, could not produce offspring. So a tragic end basically. So question number 6, according to the passage, which of the following inferences is not true? So 3 of these are going to be true, 1 of these is going to be not true. That is the one that we are supposed to mark as our answer. So let's see. Tuffy was a frog. Second paragraph, second line, we know he was a true tree frog, so this is true. Scientists are certain that the amphibian life in central Panama would disappear. Are they certain that amphibian life in central Panama would disappear? Let's check. So what do we know on the basis of the paragraph? So Tuffy came to live in the botanical garden in Atlanta. Is that the reason why is there is we're desperately trying to catalog the amphibian life in central Panama before it disappeared. They had watched in horror as a plague had swept through the western part of the country, wiping out frogs and toads, and they could see this wave of death was moving east towards the central part of the country, which is home to some really spectacular amphibian species, including the Panamanian golden frog. Now, basically, which species are being wiped out? Frogs and toads. Does that mean that all the amphibian life is going to be wiped out? Not necessary, right? So, moreover, if we just go back, you can also check the location once again. So, they were trying to catalog it before it disappeared. But does that mean that they were certain that it will disappear? It could even be a simple fact that there is a risk of that happening, right? So we cannot really label this as true on the basis of the given information. So where they're certain, we have nothing to base that on. So can't say. C, scientists were unable to find more frogs of the Rabb's fringe-limbed tree frog species. True. There is this particular line, while C meanwhile effort to collect more members of the species were unsuccessful. Right. So we can get it from that particular line. And then remember the first paragraph where they survived off the bark of their father because there was nothing else to eat. That allows us to arrive at even D. So A, C and D is true, B is not true, and that's exactly what we are after. So our answer to question number 6 is going to be option B. Let's get into 7. Which of the following is an appropriate meaning of the phrase a sort of ark as used in the passage? Now you remember the story of Noah's ark? There is this biblical story that said that there will be a flood on the earth, everything will submerge, and Noah was instructed to build an ark where he kept a pair of every species, and then they could repopulate the earth. Remember? So what exactly is that ark a symbol of? It is a refuge. It is a sanctuary. And that is why C can definitely be interpreted from it, and that's why our answer here should be C. B says a bent enclosure. A bent enclosure. Not really. Why would, moreover, how are we getting this bent? So B and C were the two that were chosen, but so sanctuary is better than enclosure. Bent, I wouldn't even know what that would mean. The rest of it between B and C is all alike. So C is better because of the word sanctuary. Then 8th, the first paragraph is a fine example of. So here is your first paragraph on the screen. See, what does it say? It introduces you to a person, or an animal, sorry, not person, and then he was born in a particular place. Then what that place was like, how they survived, and when he got caught. So the options that you guys have shared with me are A, B and D. Let's look at this. Are these personal memories? Was the author there catching him? The author very clearly says that he did not meet that frog himself. So definitely not a personal memory here. So you can rule out B for sure. Then let's look at the next. All of you eliminated C, rightfully so I'm not talking about it. Narrative introduction, emotional introduction. So emotional is something that tugs at your heart, whereas narrative is a story. So which one is it coming closer to? A frog was born at a particular place and how he survived, how he got caught. Is there a storyline happening? Or are there only emotions? It's a story, right? And therefore we should lean more towards A and not D. So 8th, the answer should be A. 9th, which of the following is the most appropriate title for the passage? The options that you guys have shared with me are B, C and D. Now, whenever I look at a main idea question, what I typically do is, I think of the theme. So what is this paragraph about? This paragraph talks about a particular member of a particular amphibian belonging to a certain species and how he died as the last surviving member of the species. So basically the species is over with that particular frog. Now when you say Tuffy the frog, a tough life. Tuffy the frog is okay, but a tough life? He had an easy life. He was safe from the ravages of what would have been his life in the wild, here he was protected. So this part tells you that it is contradictory. Then C says ecological disaster and a frog's life. Is it about a frog's life or is it about a species? See, remember, this frog is basically a representative example here. So the passage is about how certain plague has killed off entire species of animals in the jungle of central Panama, and how few of these have found refuge in Atlanta, and how with the death of that particular animal, a particular species has gone. So it's actually not about a particular frog, and that should allow you to rule out in C. For that matter, you can use the same logic to rule out B as well. And then Tuffy the frog found and lost too soon. Once again, how do you know that he has lost too soon? Once again, it was not about one person or one animal. So the closest that you have is this ecological disaster and how it is ending species after species, and that's where A comes closest to it. So when you say a world vanishes with it, you get it right there. So a little poetic, but A is the best answer. Let's have a look at 10th. The passage could probably be an excerpt from. So the source of the passage, a memoir has to once again rely on personal memories, which it is not. A journal is supposed to use a lot of technical word, data, etc. Do you see technical words or data? I don't, so you can rule this out. And same goes for scientific abstract, and therefore this can also be ruled out. So the best option for you is actually going to be option C, a newspaper article. And you remember, we work through the process of elimination, and that's going to be the guiding principle for us. So with that, let's move over to our next passage now. So once again, take a deep breath. In fact, take 3 deep breaths and then attune yourself, ready yourself for the next passage. I'll do the same. Right? So here you go. First slide. Please read it. Read it? Okay, so here is the next one. Okay, next. All right, and here comes the last paragraph. And after this, we'll have the questions. All right, so with that, let me now take you over to the questions. So here is question number 11. So the reason behind the author's relief. What's your take on this? Okay, just one answer, yeah. Where are the rest of us? I expected more answers for this one. Okay, 15 more seconds and I'll switch. Okay, so here is the next one. Question number 12 on your screen. This looks like an easy question, but it can be tricky. Okay, gotten one answer here so far. Make that 2. Okay, interesting. Okay, so let's move over to the next question now. Here it is. Okay, so one answer. Okay, it is taking us a little longer, a little on the longer side. Okay, last 10 seconds and then I'll switch over. Okay, so here comes the last question based on this particular passage for you. Okay, so I have an answer. The ball has been set into motion. Let's see. Okay, another answer. Okay, so here comes the next question now. Okay, so that takes care of the passage. Let's revisit it and then talk about it. So anything that you want to discuss in this particular paragraph? The author just goes ahead and talks about a particular journey that took him to Antarctica, right? Thereafter, gives you a little bit of the background for Antarctica, how it was in the past as part of Gondwana and how it is today. Then the third paragraph brings in the author's background, a sun worshipping Indian. So Antarctica through the perspective of this particular person, and thereafter it talks about climate change, takes us towards that direction. Okay, so question number 11, what primarily contributed to the author's profound sense of relief? So I think we just need to refer to the first paragraph where the author has used this word so. So this so tells you it's a conclusion. So my first emotion on facing this basically is, my first emotion on reaching Antarctica was relief. And the premises must come before. So the premises are basically this entire part a long journey, right? And which particular option gives us the idea of a long and arduous, challenging journey? Which one? So you chose option A, which is in fact the right answer choice. So absolutely spot on with respect to that. Next, in contrast to the ancient supercontinent Gondwana, contemporary Antarctica remains distinct in all aspects except. So we basically saying that out of these four, there is one aspect in which Gondwana and the modern day Antarctica are similar. So you are supposed to look for the similarity between Gondwana and the modern day Antarctica. That similarity is going to be your answer. Okay. So the correct answer here is option D, the absence of indigenous human population. So Gondwana did not have a human population. Antarctica also does not have any local indigenous human population. So both of them are similar in this particular respect. The options that I got were C versus D. So let's look at C. The rich variety of life forms that thrived in Gondwana contrasted with Antarctica's sparse biological presence. This is true according to the passage, but then is this a similarity or a difference? These still talk about how both of them are distinct. We were looking for something where they are not distinct, where they are similar. And that's why C could be ruled out and D chosen as our answer. Then the next question, 13th. Which aspect does not align with the description of Antarctica as akin to a giant ping pong ball? You guys, absolutely the correct answer is C. C interprets it literally. That's the answer that you shared, and that also happens to be the correct answer. And with that, let's go ahead and look at the last one, where you have given me B versus D. So which of the following has not been mentioned in the passage concerning Antarctica's significance and impact? So not been mentioned. So is B mentioned? Its portrayal as a critical exemplar of climate change implication. Yes, last paragraph. So it is, sorry, hang on. Last paragraph does not say that it is a critical. It's one of those areas affected by it. Yes, but the last paragraph will not justify critical. So critical basically means necessary, where unless you talk about Antarctica, you cannot even talk about climate change. So the critical bit is something that we cannot get from the last paragraph. Let's compare it with D. Its role in the discourse on global climate change. Yes, its role has definitely been mentioned in the last paragraph. So D can be ruled out relatively easily. So the only problem with B is the use of the word critical. That makes it really close, really subtle option. But then that's how difficult options are going to be created in the exam. So we do need to pay attention to everything. So between B and D, B, because this critical part is not mentioned, that's going to be our correct option. Now for the next three questions, questions 15 to 17, you'd be given some information followed by a question. So go ahead, read that information and answer the questions. I'm basically going to give you paragraph based critical reasoning in isolation for three questions, starting with this one right here. Okay, so there is a dialogue that is happening between two individuals and you are supposed to answer something on the basis of that. There is a 1 minute timer up top, so you have at least this minute and maybe some more, and then we'll talk. So go ahead, give it a shot. Hang on, I'll start it now. Okay, so that 1 minute is up for sure. Let's see when the answers start rolling in. I would expect you to devote what, around 90 seconds to this question. Hopefully not more. Okay, so Nuren, I see your answer. Alankrita, yours too. Let's wait and see if others also pitch in. Okay, so you are absolutely spot on. A is the correct answer. Huh? Good job. This definitely required a couple of hoops to be jumped through, but I'm really happy that you are able to spot it correctly. With that, let me take you over to question number 16. Here is a paragraph followed by the question. The next slide has options. So take 15 seconds to read it and then I'll take you to the answer choices. Giving you 5-10 seconds more. Okay, so here are the answer choices along with our timer. Go ahead and tell me what you think the answer must be. So which of the following best describes the essence or structure of the passage? Okay, that's the question. So go ahead and share what you think the best essence or structure is. Okay, I have Alankrita's answer. How about the rest? All right, Nuren. All right, so to answer this question, let's revisit our paragraph and see what it offers. Now, it talks about how parents teach their children to walk. They're patient, they believe that when their bodies are ready, they'll walk. They do not really pressurize them into walking early. And then it says that teachers should adopt the same approach with respect to teaching, to the students learning. And that will save a lot of anxiety. Now we are looking at A versus D. So look at D. D says contrasting views of parents and teachers on how quickly children actually learn. See, here the play is on the word learn. So when teachers talk about learning, they're actually talking about the academic learning. When parents are talking about learning, they're talking about learning how to walk. So we're talking about two different types of learning. So do they have contrasting views on learning? First up. No. They have contrasting. So one is talking about learning to walk, other is talking about learning some academic things. Yes, they happen to have two different opinions, but they're not built around the exact same idea, the exact same thing. Okay, and therefore this part can be ruled out. Moreover, when you say that they are described and then analyzed, there is no analysis happening. The author does not go ahead and tell you that this method is right or that method is wrong, or this method has these features, that method is missing those features. So this part can also be ruled out, and therefore between the two, A should be chosen as the better answer choice. And here comes the next and the last question that you will practice with me. Here is the paragraph, and the next slide will have the answers. You have 30 seconds on this particular slide. Yes. Okay, so here are the answer choices for you, and the clock is ticking. You have a minute. Go ahead and share your take. Okay, our minute is up. What's your take? Nuren, Vidhi, Alankrita, answers. See, we want to see which of the following supports the conclusion. So let's start thinking in terms of the conclusion. The conclusion was racism exists even today. So which one of them helps you to prove that racism exists even today? The author is saying that, hey, a club that spends more money should get better results in an ideal world. But wherever there is racism, it's possible that, you're not necessarily picking up black players, just picking up white players, but then that may not give you the relevant results. And that, Nuren is absolutely right, captured by option B, and that is what makes B the best answer choice. So slightly more challenging because the conclusion had to be gleaned out, and then you had to figure out which of the following goes ahead and strengthens it. But B, it is absolutely spot on. And here is a thought that I want to leave you with. And apart from that, Barka ma'am is also here to guide you through the next leg of our journey of this marathon. So I'd literally hand over the marker to her and then leave you in her safe hands. There you go, Barka. Please.
Thank you so much, sir.
So you can load up your slides, I guess, and
Yeah.
I will leave you.
So let's.
Sorry.
2 hours of logical reasoning, right? So let's just take a break of 2 minutes and then we'll begin with the legal reasoning part, right? So just 2 minutes. क्या ठीक है. So, hello everyone. We are back after the break. Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible? Fine. So, as you know that we are going more forward towards the examination and it's just like another 2-3 days left for the exam to happen. So we thought of having this marathon because most of you were thinking that yes, this particular logical section was being difficult for you, and for some of the students legal is also being very difficult, and for some of the students GK is difficult. तो किसी ना किसी student के लिए एक particular section तो difficult होता ही है, right? So we thought कि in last कुछ days में we can practice a lot and we can see that like what sections can make you this particular examination ACET, right? So that is why we thought of having this marathon, and मेरे बाद we have a quantitative techniques का marathon as well, right? So if we are doing certain things for you, so before starting my session, all I want is for you guys to engage with me, to interact with me, so that it shouldn't be a very monotonous and a very least interactive session, and we will connect, we will talk, and yes, so that is why we are gonna have everything that we can do in last 3 days, so that at any point you don't face any problem in any of the sections, right? So let's begin with the legal marathon now. And today, particularly for legal, I have chosen the topics only from miscellaneous laws. Not even a single passage has been chosen apart from like the miscellaneous laws. That means I tend to say that no passage has been chosen from constitution, contracts, torts, because of our extensive practice that we have already done on those 4 subjects, right? तो उन 4 पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट्स की तो बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस हमारी हो गई है, राइट? अब हमें मिसलेनियस लॉज की भी कुछ प्रैक्टिस करनी है, बिकॉज यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट 1 पैसेज इन योर एग्जाम फ्रॉम द मिसलेनियस लॉज एज वेल, राइट? सो बिगिनिंग विद द पैसेज नंबर 1, सी, while several laws, rules and regulations exist for protection of the environment, their objective is not achieved as there is a considerable gap as these laws remain unenforced or ineffectively implemented, right? So from this particular line, जैसे कि हम बाकी particular passages में देख पा रहे थे जो हमने पीछे प्रैक्टिस किया, that first line से हमें एक आइडिया हो जाता था that from which law they are asking the passage or from what topic they are asking the passage about, right? But when we talk about this particular passage, from the first line we are not able to differentiate that what passage is this gonna be about. While several laws, rules and regulations exist for protection of the environment, there is only one word which can give us a hint that this particular passage can be from environmental law and can be related to the word environment, right? Yes, good evening everyone, right? So rule of law in environmental governance seeks to redress this issue as implementation gap has a direct bearing on the protection of the environment, forests, wildlife, sustainable development and public health, eventually affecting the fundamental human rights to a clean environment that are intrinsically tied to right to life. Right. So what are they telling you in the second line, or we can say the next 3-4 lines, what are they saying you is that when these laws are not being implemented correctly, just a second. Yes, so when these laws are not being implemented correctly, so they are telling you about that when environmental governance is not linked to redress the issues related to the government, related to the environment, then this creates solely a implementation gap, and due to which the environment is not being getting protected, the forests are not being getting protected, wildlife, sustainable development, all these factors are getting hampered, right? And when these factors are getting hampered, automatically it comes to our fundamental rights, and these fundamental rights of having a clean environment is the prime fundamental right which is being affected, right? And when this right is being affected, automatically our fundamental right to live is also being affected, right? So that is what they are saying in the second line. Accountability of the authorities impressed with the duty to enforce and implement environmental and other ecological laws is an important feature of the judicial governance. In India, environmental rule of law must draw attention to the existing legal regime. So now they are telling that the environmental rule of law must be in line with the existing legal regime. Whatever legal rules that we are following, this particular environmental rule of law also must follow these legal regimes. Rules, processes and norms that environmental regulatory institutions follow to achieve the goal of effective and good governance, so that as soon as these environmental laws are following the existing legal regimes, there can be a factor of good governance, and then due to that good governance, these environmental laws can be implemented as a whole, right? More importantly, the focus must be on the policy and regulatory and implementation agencies. So what are they telling you here? That the focus should be on what? The focus should be on the policy and the regulations, and then how these policy and regulations are being implemented, and through which, how will that happen? Through the agencies who are responsible to implement all these policies and regulations, right? In doing so, environmental rule of law fosters open, accountable and transparent decision making and participatory governance, right? So the passage is clear? Tell me. Is the passage clear? This is a very short passage that I have chosen because there is a reason behind that. We'll move forward to the questions and then I'll tell the reason. But first tell me, is the passage clear? Everyone? Fine. So, the first question, as per the NGT Act, what is the NGT Act? National Green Tribunal Act 2010, which of the following statements regarding the powers of the National Green Tribunal is true? So, these are the options in front of you. Now, you have to track down the correct answer. Please read the questions please read the options very, very carefully, because you might think that this particular question is not being asked from the passage, but then eventually you will find that this particular question you will find from the answer from the passage itself. So just read the question and just read the options very carefully, and then do let me know the answer, that what do you think that can be the correct answer of this. A bit tricky question, I would say a bit technical question. Why? I'll tell you the reason. There is only one word in this particular whole passage that you need to understand, and if you particularly point out that one word from the passage, you will be easily be able to solve this particular question. Right? Just one word. If you got that one word, the answer for this question would be very easy. No worries, even if the answers for your questions become wrong, that is not a problem, because I'm telling you that it is a tricky and a technical question. But then I don't want you guys to be mum. I want you guys to answer the question. Let's see how much understanding you can have for this particular question. Okay, I have received one answer for A. Rest. Okay, I have received one answer for C. Anyone else? Another answer for A. I'm giving time to this question. A reason behind that. Anybody else? Why such low responses? Again for one. Okay, so now let's discuss this particular question. What are they asking you? As per the NGT Act 2010, which of the following statements regarding the powers of the National Green Tribunal is true? Right? So, all of you who answered A as the correct answer, can you think that it can only issue recommendations to the government? Only the recommendations and nothing else? Only the recommendations? Why not? It has the power to award compensation and relief to the victims of pollution, when in the passage it has been clearly mentioned that environmental governance, this was the word I was talking about, governance. So, when we talk about environmental governance, and if somebody is violating the environmental laws, so don't you think that there will be a compensation factor will also be involved for that particular thing, that whenever the environmental laws are being violated, there will be a compensation granted. When governance is involved, so do you think that only recommendations would be the only thing that they would be talking about? Do you think that they will create a separate statute if they are making a wholly a new act? So do you really think that they will make a new act just to provide the recommendations to any of the authorities? Recommendations so they can move forward with some of the reports also from some of the articles as well. But why would they create a separate new act? They will have a compensatory authority as well to award the compensation and relief to the victims. And understand this thing very, very carefully. Whenever a new statute or whenever we are talking about an act, generally the motive of this act or any act we talk in particular is to create a deterrent effect in the people's mind who are violating that particular act, and that is why the main purpose of the act is to do what? Is to provide relief. I hope I am clear that why answer C would be the correct one. Is it clear? Tell me. Fine. So now let's move forward to the second question. What is the tenure of the chairperson and members of the National Green Tribunal as per the NGT Act 2010? This question you would only be able to answer कि अगर आपने कोई लॉ पढ़ा और अगर आपने कोई भी एक ऐसा पैराग्राफ देखा जहां पर एनजीटी की बात हो रही थी एंड यू वर क्यूरियस इनफ टू नो दैट who are the chairpersons, how many people are involved in the authority and bench mark कितने का है, who all are people are there. अगर वो क्यूरियोसिटी होगी तो आपको ये पता चलेगा कि चेयरपर्सन का क्या टेन्योर है. जस्ट टेक अ look to this question and see that what can be the correct answer to this particular question. Ki what is the tenure of the chairperson and members? See, in these type of questions, I'll tell you a strategy. In these type of questions, do not follow the strategy of over attempt. कि कोई वाइल्ड गेस ले लिया, ठीक है, कि चलो तुक्का मार के देख लेते हैं कि क्या पता सही हो जाए, ठीक है. डू नॉट फॉलो दैट स्ट्रैटेजी. अगर आता है तो आता है, अगर नहीं आता है तो नहीं आता है. लीव इट एंड मूव फॉरवर्ड. I am not asking you to leave this question here, we will discuss, but then in particularly in the examination I am telling, in these kind of questions, if you get the answer, if you know the answer, then only mark it, otherwise don't. Do not try to over attempt. Do not. Answers? Any answer? If anybody knows about it? Google नहीं करना है. Fine. So the answer to this question is also C. 5 years. The tenure is usually 5 years. And 65 years of age of the chairperson, whichever is earlier. अगर 65 years का पहले हो जाता है chairperson and उसके tenure को सिर्फ 2 years ही हुए हैं, तो then also he will retire. And अगर suppose करो 5 years हो जाते हैं और तब तक वो 65 का नहीं हुआ है, then also he will retire. So C is the correct answer. Clear? Which statement accurately describes the Forest Conservation Act 1980? Yet again a technical question, but then if you have read the passage carefully, then a pretty easy one to solve. Forest Conservation Act 1980, which statement accurately describes it? So from this question, we can clearly get an idea that this particular question or passage is fully from environmental laws. Right? So please have a look to the third question and give me an answer. Has everyone slept? Why no answers? I have received one answer for C. Anyone else? B. Unrestricted commercial logging. How is it possible? ये तो आपको ऑटोमेटिकली एलिमिनेट कर देना चाहिए था. The correct answer to this question would be A. It requires prior approval for diversion of forest land and non-forest for non-forest purposes. फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट के नाम से ही आपको दिख रहा है, मतलब फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन कि जब हम फॉरेस्ट को नॉन फॉरेस्ट पर्पसेस के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं तो हाउ कैन वी प्रोटेक्ट दैट? दैट इज द अल्टीमेट मोटिव. We are preventing forest from the doing of non-forest purposes acts, and that is why the correct answer to this question would be A, that we don't have to divert the purposes from forest to non-forest. This is something that we don't have to do. Clear? Everyone? Consider the statements about the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. Which one is correct? Very easy question. Very easy, and trust me, you can use elimination method here. Very clearly, and you will be able to derive the correct answer in just a minute. Very good. Clearly A is the correct answer. क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रियल सोर्सेज से अगर एमिशंस आएंगे और उसी को रेगुलेट नहीं करेगा तो व्हाई वुड दैट एक्ट बी कॉल्ड एज एयर प्रिवेंशन एंड कंट्रोल ऑफ पोल्यूशन एक्ट? राइट? ऑप्शन एलिमिनेटेड. इट डज नॉट रेगुलेट वेहिकुलर एमिशंस. अगेन एलिमिनेटेड. वेहिकुलर एमिशंस को भी तो देखा जाएगा ना, कंट्रोल किया ही जाएगा, रेगुलेट किया ही जाएगा. इट अप्लाइज ओनली ऑन इंडोर पोल्यूशन? ऑफ कोर्स नॉट. एंड दैट इज व्हाई ए बिकम्स योर करेक्ट आंसर. सो आप देख रहे हो एलिमिनेशन मेथड से यूजुअली ऐसा होता है कि आपके दो ऑप्शंस एलिमिनेट होते हैं, बट कभी कभी यू कैन गेट सच टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस एज वेल व्हेन ऑल द थ्री रेस्ट ऑफ द ऑप्शंस आर बीइंग एलिमिनेटेड एंड द फर्स्ट वन बिकम्स योर करेक्ट वन. Fine. Last question of this passage. Which of the following principles can be inferred as central to addressing the implementation gap in the environmental governance as discussed in the passage? A passage a question fully from the passage. Please read the question and let me know your answer. Tell me, what can be the correct answer for this? Which of the following principles can be inferred as central to addressing the implementation gap in the environmental governance as discussed in the passage? Very, very easy question. Ensuring strict punitive measures for non-compliance with environmental laws? Okay, can be an answer. Second, establishing participatory and transparent mechanisms in decision-making processes. Somewhere. Strengthening the accountability of policy and regulatory agencies responsible for environmental governance. Okay. Introducing a uniform set of environmental laws across all jurisdictions to eliminate regulatory discrepancies. यूनिफॉर्म सेट ऑफ इन्वायरमेंटल लॉस तो नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि इन्वायरमेंटल लॉस तो बने हुए हैं, राइट? नाउ एवरीवन इज मेंशनिंग ए एज द करेक्ट आंसर. अरे जब पैसेज में, लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड टू द पैसेज वंस, ठीक है, व्हेन दे आर सेइंग दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग दैट accountability of the authorities impressed with the duty to enforce and implement environmental and other ecological laws is an important feature of judicial governance. Rule of law in environmental governance seeks to redress this issue as the implementation gap has a direct bearing on the protection of the environment. So now what do you think? What would be the correct answer? Don't you think that C should be the correct one? Strengthening the accountability. जब तक हम उन agencies को accountable नहीं बनाएंगे for whatever they are doing, or if they are not paying attention to the environmental laws, then how would this non-compliance, right? Even if you put strict punitive measures, how would that even make sense when the agencies and the regulatory agencies are not being held responsible? So don't you think that C should be the correct answer? Is it clear? Tell me everyone, Samagr, Monica, Lakshadhara, Nurain, is it clear the answer to this particular question? Why is it C and not A? Tell me. Fine. Let's move forward to the passage number 2, right? Again a passage from a miscellaneous law, right? Very, very, very important passage, ठीक है? There can be a question from this particular law. Understand this passage very, very carefully, right? One of the key problems we face when articulating peace as a fundamental value that international law exists to serve is that the international community appears to lack a universally accepted definition. So what are they saying here? That it is a passage from an international law, that how the laws governing the two different type of states, right? Any problem or any disputes having any disputes between two states or two countries, you can say, right? That is where we are talking about international law, right? Within theory, there are two components of peace. So they are telling you that there are two types of theories and there are two components of the theory of peace, that how can you create peace amongst the two nations, right? The first is a negative peace. The first is negative peace, which refers to the absence of war or armed conflict. So what are they telling you the definition of a negative peace? That there is no war and there is no armed conflict. When two armies of two nations are not fighting, there is no war happening. The majority of peace research has focused on this category, exploring the prevention of war, termination of war, transition from war, etc. So what are they telling you? That how is the negative peace defined? There are three particular factors involved in the negative peace. You have to prevent the war, you have to terminate a war, and you have to transit a war into peace, right? Within the UN Charter, this is encapsulated by Article 2, Clause 4. Members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. So they are telling you that all the United Nations countries and all the countries which follow the UN Charter has to be bound by Article 2, Clause 4, which says that the countries within their international relations will prevent themselves from the war and no territorial integrity and political independence would be hampered. It is important to note that the UN Charter sets forth the rule of prohibition of the use of force but provides two exceptions. So they are saying that you don't have to use force in any case. That is what negative peace tells you. But then there are two exceptions for this. Self-defense in accord with Article 51, that if you are using force for the self-defense thing, then particularly you can use force according to Article 51 of the UN Charter or authorization by the UN Security Council under Chapter 7, right? The current regime is one of the realistic peace which recognizes the exceptions, not principled peace which is absolute with no exceptions permitted. So they are saying that we are here talking about the realistic peace and we are not talking about the principled peace. The difference between the two is that in realistic peace we have certain exceptions by which you can use force, as we saw here, the use of self-defense and everything, whereas in principled peace there are no exceptions and you can absolutely not use the force, right? Ma'am, what are the current important topics of current affairs? Pranay, can you focus on what we are studying right now instead of jumping to another section altogether? पहले legal पे ध्यान दे लो. Then you can ask me miscellaneous questions. Right? This breaks the flow. Indeed, much of the literature actually addresses these exceptions as well as the challenges presented by the increased use of humanitarian intervention, responsibility to protect actions and the recent use of military force against non-state actors where host states unable or unwilling to address terrorist threats, all of which suffer from questionable legality and legitimacy. Right? the United Nations requires states to be a peace-loving in order to join. So what are they saying? That what is the condition of UN nations? The condition of the UN nation is that that particular country should be a peace-loving country if they want to join the UN Charter. Further, it indicates that states have an obligation to settle dispute by peaceful means according to Article 2 Clause 3 and set forth a sequence where states first shall seek non-violent dispute resolution according to Article 33. This is a part of UN Charter that is often overlooked. So what are they saying? That particularly there has to be a case where a country, if they wants to follow the UN Charter, then they must follow these two provisions, Article 2 Clause 3 and Article 33, that they have to settle all their disputes via non-violent dispute resolution measures. Right. The second component is positive peace. Positive peace. So till here we were talking about negative peace. Right. Now in this paragraph, they are telling you what positive peace is, which refers to cooperation between states and peoples, social justice, respect for human rights, including equality and non-discrimination, and the elimination of structural violence that causes inequality, poverty and exclusion. Right. So what are they saying? That the theory of positive peace says that there has to be a cooperation between state and people, social justice, respect for human rights, and everyone should be treated equally with non-discrimination. Right. This was advocated by Johann Galtung, but later was correlated with communism or utopianism, and hence peace research returned to examining negative peace instead. Right. It may be argued that there is a need to pursue positive peace policies. Article 55 of the UN Charter indicates that a peace has inter and intra-state dimensions and underscores the relevance of institutions to promote development and human rights as preconditions for peace. This links back to the Kantian vision of the triad of mutual democracies, development and cooperation. We recognize the contribution of FAO, IFAD, UNESCO, WHO, ILO, World Bank. So they are telling you certain institutions till here, and the UN Environment Program, UN Oceans, committees and UN programs addressing sustainable development and poverty reduction. So what are they telling you? That positive peace is something which is dealt with particularly with sustainable development and particularly to reduce the poverty, and everyone should be treated equally with non-discrimination. Right. The question is, to what extent is the positive peace vision is altered by the recession of democracies in the world and the increased trend towards authoritarianism. So what are they telling you here? That till when, till what extent positive peace is attainable? To what extent can there be full equality and non-discrimination? Right. And that is why the idea of positive peace is being on a downward side from negative peace. Prevention of war is possible, but can you think that sustainable development, poverty reduction and balancing the states and peoples through non-discrimination and everyone should be treated equally possible through positive peace theory? See the questions. According to the UN Charter, what does Article 2 Clause 4 emphasize regarding the use of force in international relation? Very easy, directly from the passage. Answers? Pretty easy one. Why, Lakshadhara? Read the question and the options carefully. Everyone, answers. जो लोग भी डी आंसर कर रहे हैं, यहां पर क्या नहीं पढ़ा था क्या? Exceptions in accord with Article 51 or authorization by the Union Security Council under Chapter 7. तो दो particularly exceptions तो बताई गई है ना यहां पर. So then the clear answer would be option B. Only self defense वाला exception बताया गया है क्या? क्या चैप्टर 7 वाला एक्सेप्शन नहीं बताया गया है पैसेज में? Option B would be the correct one. What is the primary focus of negative peace? Very easy. Okay, one answer till now for B. Anybody else? Where are the rest of the people? Answers. Yes, B would be the correct answer because negative peace deals with prevention of war and armed conflicts. First line में ही था, right? When the Security Council is exercising respect in any dispute or situation, the functions assigned to it in the present charter, the General Assembly when the Security Council is exercising respect of any dispute or situation, the functions assigned to it in the present charter, the General Assembly answers everyone. If a Security Council is exercising in respect of any dispute, when the Security Council is working, then the General Assembly will not make any recommendations till the time the Security Council so requests. And that is why option A would be the correct answer. Article 51 of the United Nations Charter confers to the members the right to individual and collective self-defense. This right, however, is subject to which of the following? Use elimination method in this question. Answers to the 9th question. Ninth question, everyone. Article 51 of the United Nations Charter confers to the members the right of individual and collective self-defense. This right, however, is subject to which of the following? Yes, A would be the correct answer. Overall supervision and control of the Security Council. If the Security Council is taking over and if the Security Council has a fully control, then the decision and the actions of the Security Council would be binding, and it would be in fully the supervision of that particular council itself, right? Which of the following best reflects the conceptual distinction between negative peace and positive peace as discussed in the passage? Pretty easy question. You can attempt it. Please find the correct answer. Which of the following best reflects the conceptual distinction between negative peace and positive peace as discussed in the passage? Okay, I'll be at a side. Answers, everyone? Pretty easy question. See, The negative piece focuses on the legal framework of non-violence and adherence to the United Nations Charter, while positive piece seeks to address the political structures of the states and their impact on inequality. Right? Somewhere correct, but adherence to the United Nations Charter makes this option a wrong one. Negative piece emphasizes the absence of war and armed conflict as outlined in the UN Charter, while positive piece advocates for the elimination of structural violence through global institutions and the promotion of human rights. Can be an option, right? Negative piece seeks international cooperation on economic issues. There was nothing as said in the passage, right? So, option C eliminated. Negative piece emphasizes the absolute prohibition of war, whereas positive peace requires strict enforcement of humanitarian laws and military interventions. ठीक है, the first part is right about the negative peace, but then there was no such thing of the positive peace which was said in the strict enforcement of humanitarian laws, and that is why option B becomes your correct answer. Right? Is this answer clear? Is this question clear, everyone? Fine. So now these were the two passages, that one I chose from international law and one I chose from environmental law. There were two more passages planned, but then we will have another session for it, because now Raj sir will continue over, right? For these particular topics, we have done one passage and they were quite exhaustive ones, right? So now we will carry forward with the quantitative techniques marathon, and Raj sir is here. So we'll give you a 2-minute break and then we'll begin with the Raj sir session, right?
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, sir.
So this is done. I can remove this.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Where is CLAT UG? Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Good afternoon. Good evening. First of all, can you hear my voice? Am I audible to everyone? Can you hear my voice? Can you see the screen? I'll move aside whenever necessary. Okay. Can I see some response if you can hear my voice? Or I think your 2-minute break is still going on? Okay, so I'll wait for a minute. Nothing to worry. Perfect, Mitesh. Very good. Now, as you know, the number of questions from quantitative technique is very less. So obviously, the amount of preparation time will also be less. Class time भी उसी तरह से adjust किया है, but it's just that you have to understand the level of difficulty of questions is not low. Even if the number of questions in CLAT, as far as quantitative ability is concerned, the difficulty level is not low. It is slightly higher as compared to the previous years. Acha, pattern has been changing constantly. This paper, that is the pattern that is right now, as far as difficulty level is concerned, that has been there for the last 5 years. So 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That is expected to happen now. So the last 5 years papers, the number of questions of quant has further reduced, 15 हुए, फिर 10 भी हुए. Okay, but the level of difficulty is slightly higher. Case based questions are there now, which is very close to the IPMAT exam or the CAT exam. You all have heard about CAT exam. Keep responding, right? I would want, if you can keep responding at every thing that you think, whether I am saying it right or wrong, it would be good. ठीक है. दूसरा, yes, a little bit of mathematical knowledge is required. उसमें जो primary है वो क्या है? I'll just make a list which Yogesh sir has also shared many times. Percentages, profit loss, okay, markup discount वो सब उसके अंदर आ गया, markup discount, ratios, one very important area that has been there. There has been a set on time, speed, distance, time and work, and there has been a set on SICI. See, the sample space is not that heavy. Sample space जो है हमारे पास, that has been only there for 4-5 years for the questions or the presentation of questions like this. But these are the primary areas on which the questions have been asked. Yes, can you please respond everyone and confirm if you understand my voice, if there is any trouble in my speech, if there is any trouble with my language pronunciation, you can hear everything properly. Please respond to that. Okay. Ab, what we are going to do in the next 1.5 hours or so is that we'll do some basic tools for calculations, and I'll also pick up one set from one of the PYQs. Okay, calculations, and one set, it's a beautiful set from past year, and I'll show you that what, where the CLAT goofs up, where the committee goofs up. Okay, my name is Rajkumar Jha. I've been teaching for almost 25 years now. So I've been teaching since the time there used to be 4 national law entrances. ठीक है, national law school entrances. मैं तब से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. Okay, so there used to be 4 national law entrances, and that was 99-2000. Right, then institutes were added, exams were added. Then in 2011 they combined all of them and they came up with CLAT exam. Initially the CLAT exam used to happen with 200 questions, then it went on to 150, and this year we are expecting it to be around 120 questions. So I have seen all the changes that has been happening over a period of time. So I thought, let's share my experience or my acumen, my knowledge. My knowledge is about the wholesome effect of the CLAT paper. I mean, for the last almost 20 years, I've been able to gauge the sectional cutoffs and the overall cutoffs every year. So that I'll be doing this year also. We'll all be online after the exam, 4 o'clock to 11, 12 o'clock in the night. We'll analyze the entire paper. So Sunday ko we'll do all that. ठीक है? After exam, complete analysis of what answers could have been there and how much score would be good enough to get selected in various national law schools, the old ones, the new ones, किसके लिए कितना cut off होगा, वो सारी चीज़ें भी हम बात करेंगे. Okay. As far as teaching is concerned, I will be talking about quantitative technique only. ठीक, like because I have been a faculty for QA and DILR for most of the 25 years that I have spent. ठीक, चलो, so enough of introduction. Let's start with some work. First condition, take pen, paper, sit professionally. Okay, properly, ध्यान से, कोई हवा में नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि हवा में होता भी नहीं है. Okay, when it comes to exam environment, with all my experience and everything, I know for very clearly and very sure what you are able to do at that point in time is your total ability, cumulative ability of whatever you have learned. And in that, pen and paper plays a very, very, very crucial role. So please use pen and paper. कोई स्टाइलबाजी नहीं, कोई हवाबाजी नहीं. हवाबाजी से क्लैट क्लियर नहीं होता, ये मुझे पता है. ठीक है, राइट? सो एनीथिंग एवरीथिंग दैट यू डू ऑन ग्राउंड प्योरली लिख के ध्यान से, और स्पीड हैज टू बी देयर ऑफ कोर्स, एंड एक्यूरेसी. सो वो सारी चीजें कैसे होती हैं? किसी चमत्कार की वजह से नहीं होती है. इट डजंट हैपन बिकॉज ऑफ एनी मिरेकल. डोंट एक्सपेक्ट एनी मिरेकल. वॉट एवर परफॉर्मेंस यू डू, it will be the cumulative effect of whatever work you have done. So do not expect any miracle to happen on that day also. ठीक है, डरा नहीं रहा हूँ, जीवन की सच्चाई बता. Okay, so I'll take just 4-5 methods. 5 minutes सब पे spend करेंगे. I do not see any response. Are you guys with me? Not? What? Don't agree with me? You want to argue with me? Please put some response so that I know that I'm not teaching the laptop. है ना? And I'm not teaching the camera, I'm teaching some human. Teaching क्या, हम बातें करेंगे, उसमें से आप कुछ सीख जाओगे, and that will help you in your final exam. एक क्वेश्चन पे 2000 बच्चे होंगे, 2 मार्क्स पे 2000-3000 बच्चों का रैंक चेंज होगा, राइट? सो इवन इफ यू गेट 1 extra question because of these sessions, I'll be really happy. So I just want I want to understand whether you guys are there, you are able to listen to me properly, understand properly, because the response in YouTube is also a little late. So अगर आप respond करेंगे अभी तो मुझे 20-30 सेकंड बाद पता चलेगा. Yes, are we ready? Can we do some work? Can we do some work? I don't see any response yet. सब गुस्सा हो? चलो ठीक है, let's start with that. This multiplication of 2 digits. See, as far as calculations are concerned, you guys are not going to get big calculations. But 2 digit is something that is really important. 1 digit table में cover हो जाता है, 2 digit के ऊपर हम देखेंगे. Suppose if I have 23 into 74. If we have to multiply, we call it column method. ठीक है? Right? कोई हवाबाजी नहीं, कोई बड़ा नाम नहीं. It is a part of Vedic maths. I know, but I don't want to get into the nomenclature as of now. Learn the method. ठीक है? Column method. Start with the last column. Start with the last column. Multiply 3 and 4. 3 and 4 multiply. 3 4s are 12. 2 here, 1 carry. 3 into 4, 12. 2 here, 1 carry. Then cross multiply. Cross multiply 3 into 7. ये मन में करना है सारा. 2 into 4 and add. Cross multiply and add. Cross multiply and add. Cross multiply and add. पेपर पे पेन से इस्तेमाल करो, यूज करो, लिख के करो. पहली बार लिख के करो, दूसरी बार लिख के करो, तीसरी बार मन में होना चाहिए. So first 2 times you can write it down and do it. Third time, fourth time, fifth time you should be able to do it mentally. It's not very difficult. 3 into 7, 21. 2 into 4, 8. 21, 8. 21, 8. 21 plus 8, 29. 1 carry forward. 3 into 7, 21. 2 into 4, 8. 21 plus 8, 29. 1 carry forward, 30. Slow motion. 2 into 4, 8. 7 into 3, 21. 8 plus 21, 29. Plus 1 carry forward, 30. 0. 3 carry, 1 khatam. Now, last में, again first column. First column. So 2 into 7, 14. 3 carry forward, 17. So 1702. Now can you do it? Can you try and tell me the answer of 34 into 57? Multiply and tell me the answer in the message. ठीक है? रुकना नहीं, डरना नहीं, काम करते रहना, जितना हो सके अपनी तरफ से फटाफट फास्ट करने की कोशिश करना. 34 into 57. Last column, then 2 columns cross multiplication, then first column. Carry forward, be careful of carry forward because the biggest mistake area is carry forward. ठीक है? So 34 into 57. You can type in your answers. 4 into 7, 28. 28. 2 carry forward. 3 into 7, 21. 4 into 5, 20. 3 into 7, 21 and 20. 41 and 2, 43. 4 carry forward. 3 into 5, 15 and 4, 19. 1938. How many of you did get it correctly? ठीक है? 34 into 57. 4 into 7, 28. So 8 here, 2 carry. 3 into 7, 21. 5 into 4, 20. So 41 and 2 carry forward. 43. 3 here, 4 carry. In the end, 3 into 5, 15 and 4, 19. 1938. 1938. Fantastic. Fantastic. Is the font size clear? Is it readable? Please comment on that as well if the font size is clear. Let's take a difficult one. 78 into 49. 78 into 49. 78 into 49. Without any hesitation, without any shame, just keep working on that. ठीक है? Don't look for statements like कि ऐसा करोगे तो वैसा हो जाएगा, ऐसा चमत्कार हो जाएगा. नहीं, वो सब नहीं होता है. काम करने से अच्छा रिजल्ट आता है. As simple as that. There is no other way. ठीक है? So 8 into 9, 72. 7 carry forward. 7 into 9, 63. 4 into 8, 32. ध्यान से 7 into 9, 63. 4 into 8, 32. 63. ये बोल के देखो. 63. 32. Is it possible to add? So 60, 30, 90 and 5, 95. बिना लिखे कर सकते हैं, कोशिश करो. पहली बार में नहीं होगा, दूसरी बार में नहीं होगा, चौथी बार में शायद ना हो, पांचवी बार में हो जाए. ठीक है? So this has to be done continuously. That's the only way to do it. This is the only way to do it. There is no other shortcut. ठीक है? So 60 and 30, 95 and 7. 95 and 7. 95 and 7 carry forward. Add it. 95, 7. Slow motion. 95, 7. Add karo. 102. So 2 here and 10 carry forward. Then 7 into 4, 28 and 10, 38. So 3, 8, 2, 2. That's the multiplication of 78 into 49. बच्चे 1302 किसका आंसर था? शायद पहले वाले का था. Okay, but anyways, so 78 into 49 is 3822. Let's take one more example, then we move to the next method. ठीक है, 65 into 89. 65 into 89. Let's take one more, then we move to the next method. In your exam, you will not get big calculations, okay? That is why I have restricted it only up to 2 digits. We can learn 3 digit, 4 digit, 5 digit, but there is no use at all. There is no point, there is no use. ठीक है? Okay, so 65 into 89. 65 into 89. Last column, 5 into 9. 45, 5 here, 4 carry. 6 into 9, 54, 8 into 5, 40. 54, 40, 94 and 4, 98. 9 carry forward. 6 into 8, 48 and 9, 57. So 5785. 5785. 5785. Chalo, please respond and tell me if you can go ahead. So यही है, I mean, you can just homework में आज के आज today itself you need to take any 5 pairs, any 5 such pairs and multiply. ठीक है, and multiply मतलब 2 डिजिट का एक नंबर लिया, 2 डिजिट का दूसरा नंबर लिया, उसको मल्टीप्लाई किया. ठीक है, and multiply and check your answers. If necessary, check with the calculator whether you're doing it correctly or not. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया multiplication of 2 digits. Now let's move on to there are multiples of there are many methods. There are many methods of multiplication. ठीक है, 2 digit का एक और example. ठीक है, 2 digit का एक और example 72 and 97 multiply 72 97. One more example 72 and 97. फटाफट एक और कर लो, बट होमवर्क जरूर करना है ना, बिकॉज एनी मेथड दैट यू लर्न अनलेस यू डू योर ओन वर्क इट वोंट गेट रीइंफोर्स्ड, है ना. फायदा तभी होता है एग्जाम में जब वो मेथड आपका बन जाता है. एनी मेथड दैट यू लर्न इज गोइंग टू बेनिफिट यू ओनली व्हेन it is practiced as much as required for that to become yours. You can mention your answers in message box. Okay. All right, so 72 97. 7 2s are 14, 1 carry. 7 7s are 49, 9 2s are 18, 49 18. बोल के देखो, आराम से शांति से बोल के देखो. 49 18, that is 50 17. So add करना आसान हो जाएगा. So that becomes 67 and 1 carry forward 68. So 8 here, 6 carry. 7 9s are 63 and 6 69. 6984. 6984. Vitesh, बच्चा ध्यान से. ठीक है, right? So I hope this makes sense. Okay, now multiplication of 11. This is the most interesting part. I'll give you a simple number, 25 into 11. If I have to multiply by 11, then forget it. Forget it completely. Forget 11 completely. क्या करना है? 25. Start with the last digit. Start with the last digit. Take it in the end. Then take 2 digits together and add. Including the last digit, take 2 digits and add. So 5 plus 2, 7. And then in the end 2 itself. So 5 into 11 is 275. I'll repeat once more. एक बार ये digit अकेला, फिर इन दोनों का addition, फिर ये digit अकेला. ठीक है? And if there is any carry forward, it will be added further. So if I have 62 into 11, 62 into 11, so 2 will come as it is. 2 plus 6, 8. And 6 as it is. So 682. 62 into 11, that is 682. Right? Now let's take a difficult one. 78 into 11. So 8 in the end. 8 plus 7 is 15. 8 plus 7 is 15. So 5, 1 carry. 8 plus 7 is 15. So you write 5 and take 1 carry forward. And then in the end 7. So 7 अकेला आएगा इधर, but ये carry forward रह जाएगा. So what to do? ये 7 इसमें add करो. तो 1 add करोगे तो ये 858. Do not forget the carry forward. You have to be very, very careful about carry forward. Most of the mistakes in your calculations that will happen, it will happen because of carry forward. Yes, no, anything? Are we going fine? है ना? So let's take more examples. If I have Now one thing is very clear that if there are 1 lakh registrations and there are 5,000 6,000 seats, तो सीधे सीधे आसानी से तो किसी को नहीं मिलेगा एडमिशन, है ना? Isn't that logical, right? So the preparation studies, everything has to be insane, and you guys are so good in English, you would definitely know the meaning of insane, isn't it? Is the ratio of 1 lakh applications logical to you? Does it appear logical to you? So if it is not, how can your preparation be logical? Can you respond to that? If there are 5,000 seats, what rubbish ratio is this? So if this ratio is insane, does it mean that a rational preparation will help us to get into? I don't think so. And that is why I always talk irrationally. ठीक है? Irrationally means काम करो, 2 और क्वेश्चन कर लो. लड़ाई, इससे लड़ाई कर सकते हैं क्या? नहीं कर सकते. हम क्या कर सकते हैं? मेथड्स लर्न कर सकते हैं. 1 का 2, 2 के 4, 4 के 18. ठीक है ना? And that's how we can prepare. That's the only thing that I would worry about. ठीक है? चलिए 90, 80 कुछ और नंबर लेते हैं. 89 into 11. 89 into 11. So 2-digit multiplication is something that we'll worry more about. 89 into 11. So 9. 9 will come in the end. 9 plus 8. 9 plus 8. 9 plus 8. Keep responding, children. It would be really nice. It will be really, what do you say? Good to see some responses in between. Okay, so 9 and 9 plus 8, 17. 7 here, 1 carry. So 8 and 1, 9. So 979. 89 into 11 is 979. Very good, Bhuvan. Nurain, very nice. Acha, पिछले बार. Nurain, I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. ठीक है, चलो, let's take 3-digit number. A 3-digit number. If I have 358 into 11. 358 into 11. So now what happens? Listen very carefully. First you take 1 digit, then you take 2 digits, then you take 2 digits, and then you take first digit. ठीक है? दोबारा से देखो. First you take 1 digit, so 8. Then 8 plus 5. मैं लिख देता हूं ताकि वो एक बार visually दिखाई दे. 8 plus 5, 13, 1 carry. Then 3 plus 5. So 3 plus 5, 8 and 1, 9. And then 3 akela. So 3, 9, 3, 8. 3, 9, 3, 8. So 3-digit number is done like this. So you just, again, you have to be really careful about carry forward. ठीक है? चलो, I'll give you a simple one. 254. 254. 254 into 11. Do this one. 254 into 11. So even if it is a 3-digit, 4-digit, 5-digit number, this method will continue. If the digits are smaller, very nice. If the digits are larger, you just have to be a little careful about the carry forward. That's it. So start with 4. 4 plus 5, 9. 5 plus 2, 7. And 2 alone. So 2794. 2794. 2794. Is that correct? So this is method of multiplication 11. I'll give you one difficult one in which the digits are larger, multiply by 11. 6894 into 11. 6894 into 11. So even if it is a 4-digit number, fantastic. Mitesh, Bhuvan, Jaden Lobo. अगर किसी के नाम में मैंने गलत बोल दिया हो तो गुस्सा नहीं करना, मुझे करेक्ट कर देना, ठीक है? ओके. 6894 multiply by 11. Keep breathing. Keep telling yourself कि हाँ मैं मेहनत और करने को तैयार हूँ, ठीक है? Okay. Anything that you learn is end of the day somewhere it is going to help you, because it has all of this work that you see. It is chosen work that we feel that ये बच्चों को आना चाहिए, ये करना चाहिए, and that's why we do it on the national open platform, है ना? Okay. Rather international open platform YouTube, right? So 4 plus 9, 13, 1 carry. 9 plus 8. So go on doing that. Go on doing that till the time you have pairs possibility. Go on doing that till the time you have a possibility of getting a pair, right? So 4 plus 9, 13, 3, 1 carry. 8, 9 and 8, 17 and 1, 18, 1 carry. Okay? 8 and 6, 14 and 1, 15, 1 carry. Now there is only 1 digit left. So 6 and 1, 7. 7, 5, 8, 3, 4. अरे वाह, क्या बात है मितेश, वाह वाह, बहुत बढ़िया, very nice. So that's how you can see, This method is not difficult. What it demands is practice. What do you mean by practice? I'll tell you very simple, 10 examples on your own. So ये आपका दूसरा homework बन गया, 10 examples on your own. So ये method हमेशा के लिए आपका अपना हो जाएगा. If you ensure to do this, do not look for an injection, do not look for a tablet. ऐसा कोई टैबलेट, ऐसा कोई इंजेक्शन मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है कि इंजेक्शन दिया और कैलकुलेशन में अच्छे हो गए. दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. ठीक है. सो यू जस्ट नीड टू डू दैट प्रैक्टिस, देन इट विल बिकम योर ओन, देन यू विल बी एबल टू यूज इट इन द एग्जाम. अदरवाइज पता है क्या होगा, अरे एक सेशन में एक मोटे से सर आए थे, उन्होंने कुछ कुछ सिखाया था, बस वो यादें रह जाएंगी. सो दोज मेमोरीज आर नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प यू. Okay, so this is multiplication of 11. Now I'm going to take just 2 examples on multiplication of 5. Any number 284 into 5 if I have to do. So forget 5, instead of 5 take 10 by 2. That will always be helpful. Forget 5, take 10 by 2 because 10 by 2 is 5. So 5 की जगह आप 10 by 2 assume करें, 2 से divide करें. So it's like table of 2. Use table of 2. So whether it is odd number, even number doesn't matter. ठीक है. So now अब इसको और precise करते हैं. So if I have 284 into 5, what I do is forget 5, put a 0, divide by 2. Put a 0, divide by 2. That's it. Put a 0, divide by 2. So 5 अगर है, 5 को भूल जाओ. दोबारा से देखो. 284 into 5. Forget 5, put 0, divide by 2. So 1420. That's the answer of the question. Okay. Suppose we have 735 into 5. So forget 5, put a 0, divide by 2. So that will be really interesting. And see the entire ये जो सारा ड्रामेबाजी मैं कर रहा हूँ उसका एक मात्र पर्पस क्या है? Accuracy with speed. Accuracy with speed. The biggest trouble with speed is accuracy goes down. But if you are comfortable with certain ideas, certain methods, certain numbers, if you are aware about some special cases, then it will become really fast and easy. ठीक है. So 7350 divide by 2. Normal division 2 3 6, right? 30 into 6 is 12, 15 7, 10 5. So 2 3 6 7 5. That's the answer. Yes. Can we see some response? Is that clear? Can we go ahead from this? So this is multiplication of 5. If you are multiplying any number by 5, any number, बड़ा छोटा उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. So table of 5 use करना है. Put a 0 in the end, divide by 2. Put a 0 in the end, divide by 2. ठीक है? Okay, one last in this. If I give you a situation 97653 into 5, give me the answer in the message box. Can you answer it in the message box? Can you answer it in the message box? Okay, Samriddhi, good. So try and see that you do on your own. Put a 0 in the end, divide by 2. Put a 0 in the end, divide by 2. Put a 0 in the end and divide by 2. अच्छा, एक feedback दो. Is the screen okay to you? Is it fine? You are able to read whatever is written on the screen? Is the white background creating any trouble, or is it fine? We'll see. We'll make necessary changes because I feel that this white background is creating a trouble in reading. But anyways, I'll look into that. Into 5. Into 5. So forget 5. 0 2. So divide by 2. So divide by 2. 4s are 8. 17, what is 16, 2 2s are 4, 13, 6, 10, 5. So 4, 8, 8, 2, 6, 5. Fantastic, Mitesh. क्या बात है? Very good, very good. चलिए, nice. So this is multiplication by 11 and 5. Now we come to the third segment of calculation methods here, that is squares on base 50, base 100. Now this is something that you would have done hundreds of places. ठीक है? I'll just talk about base 50, base 100 first. Base 100, and we take squares. What do we do? Suppose we have 103 square. ये आपको compound interest में this will work really helpful. So if I have to find 103 square or 108 square, what do I need to do? Listen very carefully. From base 100, how much is the difference? How much is the difference? From 100. From 100. So from 100 it is higher side, upper side. That is plus 3. So plus 3 number में डाल दो. Plus 3 number को दे दो. So 103 plus 3, it will become 106. And then 2 empty places that you have to imagine there, always. Base 100, 2 empty places, in the end you have to imagine. Okay, क्या आएगा वहाँ पे? Whatever you have added, उसका square. Whatever is the difference, उसका square. Whatever is the difference, उसका square. Whatever is the difference, the square of that number. Whatever is the difference, square of that number. So the difference is 3, 3 square is 9, but we have 2 places. How do I write 9 as 2 digits? 0, 9. Make sure to fill 2 digits. Make sure to fill 2 places. Make sure to fill 2 places. Okay, so 10609. So 108, how much is the difference from the base? 100 plus 8. So 108 plus 8, 116, and then difference का square जो आपने ऐड किया, difference का square इधर आएगा, difference square will come there, ठीक है? So it becomes 116, 8 square 64, so 11664, difference ka square will come there. Now 8 square is already a 2 digit number, so no problem with that. Now suppose we have 112 square, 112 square, how do we do that? 112 square. In this case what will happen? You have to be careful about carry forward, ठीक है? Process वही रहेगा, सारा कुछ वही रहेगा. What is the difference? 12, so 12 add, so 112 plus 12, 112 plus 12, 124, then 2 places, 124, then 2 places, 124 plus 2 places. Now in these 2 places क्या आएगा? 12 का square. How much is the square of 12? 12 square is 144. So we must know 144 is the square of 12, but this is a 3 digit number. Here we have only 2 places. How do I adjust? How do I adjust 3 digits at these 2 places? 44 will come here and 1 will be carry forward. 1 will be carry forward to the first part. So 12544. 12544. Now I want you to calculate 113 square, 115 square, 117 square, 122 square right now. फटाफट जल्दी से करिए और इसको calculate करके मुझे बताइए. And 125 square also. So 117 square. So if you know 17 square, then this is a cakewalk. Okay, 125 square. How much are these numbers? Amitesh, the answer will be 12544 because 44 आएगा, बाकी 1 कहाँ गया? We cannot take anything to our home. हम अपने घर नहीं ले जाएंगे कुछ भी. Okay, वो 1 उसको वापस देंगे. किसको? First part को. We add extra carry forward to the first part. So yeah, so do all this. 113, 115, 117, 122, 125. Remember, the base will always remain 100. 100 से जितना भी difference है वो number में add करना है. And the square of the difference should be put or adjusted to the next 2 digits. If it is more than 2 digit number, then carry forward. There will be some carry forward. 11469 नहीं, देखो क्या किया आपने मितेश, because first part तो वैसे भी 126 होगा ना. So 13 is carry forward, so first part is anyways 126. First part is anyways 126. Yep, बहुत ध्यान से. The difference is 100, difference is 13. So base 100, difference 13. So first part 126. Then 2 places. 13 square is 169. So 69 will come here. 1 is the carry forward. 1 is the carry forward. So इसमें 1 add होगा. So 126 plus 1. 127. 12769. 12769. Is that clear? 12769. Carry forward will be added. Okay. This is 12769. That is 113 square. That is 113 square. Okay. Okay, fine. चलिए बहुत बढ़िया. So let's look at the other numbers. 115 square. So base is still 100. The difference is 15. 115 में 15 add करो. So we have 115 square. So 15 add किया. So 115 plus 15 is 130. Then 2 places and 15 square. 15 square is 225. So 25, 2 digits will come at these 2 places. Okay, and this 2 will get added to the first part. So 130 plus 2, 13225. 13225. Try and see that this part is completely done mentally. Try and see that this part is done mentally. That's what is important for you. Okay. Right. So next we have is 117 square. If you have done any one of them, you can put your answer in the comment box. Okay. Chaliye. Now the next one is 117 square. Let's try to do it mentally. If you remember 17 square, so 117 square plus 17, that is 134. Now 17 square is 289. So 89 will come in the end. 2 will get added to this. So 134 plus 2, which is 13689. 13689 is the square of 117. Fantastic, Zayden Lobo, that's good. 122 square. So 22 add kiya, so 144. 22 square is 484. So 484, that is 14884. 14884. 125 square. 25 add kiya, so 150. And 25 square is 625. So 25 here and 6 carry forward. So 15625. That is the square of 125. Is it clear? Can we go ahead? Please respond and confirm if we can go ahead, if this method is done. That is base 100. And all these numbers are above 100. All these numbers are above 100. Okay? All these numbers are above 100. The same thing will apply for numbers below 100 also. So we'll just take a few examples from there as well. Okay? Okay, what if the number is below 100? So what do? I subtract, but the interesting part is, suppose 94 square. You have to take difference from base 100. Difference from base 100. So 94, base 100, difference 6. So subtract 6. 94 minus 6. 94 minus 6 will become 88. And then 2 places. At these 2 places, iska hi square lena, difference ka, last digit ka nahi. I think that's what I said 4 times there. यही चीज मैंने वहां पे 4 बार बोली थी, तो कोई बात नहीं, फिर से यहाँ पे बोलता हूँ. The square is of the difference, not the last digit. The square is of difference, not of last digit. Okay? Square is of the difference. So difference is how much? 6, not 4. So 6 is the difference, 6 ka square, 36. So 8836 is the square of 94. Can you find the square of 99? Can you find the square of 92? Can you find the square of 89? Can we do that? Can we find the square of 86? चलिए one by one करते हैं. 99 square. 99 square. So difference from 100, 1 minus 1. So I get 98. And then 2 places. Then minus 1 ka square. See, square is always positive. Square jo hai is always positive. There is no confusion about it. Square is always positive. So 1 square 1. How do I write in 2 places? 0, 1. 1 square is 1. But how do I write it there? It is 0, 1. Okay. Uske baad 92 square. How much is the difference from base 100? How much is the difference from base 100? 8. So minus 8. 92 minus 8. 92 minus 2 is 90. Minus 6, 84. Then 2 places. 8 ka square. Whatever is the difference, uska square. Uska square kitna hai? 64. 64. 84, 64. 84, 64. Right? That is 92 square. 89 square. Now what will happen? The problem of carry forward will come into the picture. So you have to be really careful there. 8464. Mitesh, that's good effort. It's just that you have to be careful. It is 84. क्यों? 8 subtract होगा बेटा. So 8 subtract करेंगे. So 92 minus 8, that is 84. 84, 64. Right? Okay, so 89, difference 11. 89 minus 11, 78. But here we have only 2 places. 11 square, difference ka square. So 11 square will be, minus 11 square, that is 121. So 21 will come here. This one is still carry forward. This one is carry forward. So carry forward to the first part. 78 plus 1, 7921. That's the answer of that question. 7921. 8216 किसका स्क्वायर है पता नहीं, 8216 तो किसी का स्क्वायर नहीं है मितेश, 8216 is not a square of anyone. Okay, so 92 square is 8464, 89 square is 7921, 86 square, so minus 14, 86 minus 14 is 72, then 2 places 14 square 196, so 96 will come here, 1 will be carried forward added to the first part, so 72 plus 1 73 96, so 7396 is the answer of this. ठीक है, 8216 is not possible to be a square of any number for that matter. Okay, can we go ahead? Can we go ahead? Right, so we are done with the base 100, above 100 and below 100. Fantastic, 7396 is correct. Very good, very good. 14884 कौन सा था बच्चे? अच्छा वो उधर कोई सा, हाँ हाँ ठीक है उधर था, ठीक है, that was there. Fantastic. I hope Mitesh you have done the correction. ठीक है, okay, very good. Now let's take up base 50. Base 50. Now base 50 is very interesting. इसमें calculation भी नहीं है. Base 50. If I have to find square of 57, what do I need in my mind? 50 square is 2500. So if I want to find the square of 57, what should I do? What is the difference? Plus 7. Add 7 to 25. Not to the number. Not to the number. Not to the number. Add 7 to 25. मतलब ये आप याद रखेंगे. This you need to memorize. 25 plus 7 is 32. And then whatever you have added, whatever is the difference, the square of that difference will come here in two places. Oh, okay, so in 50 base also we'll have 2 digits there. In 50 base also we will have 2 digits there. So 7 square 49. So 3249, that is 57 square. 3249, that is 57 square. You know, for that matter, if I have 58 square, so I keep 25 and 00 in my mind. I keep 50 square 2500 in my mind. So 58, what is the difference? Plus 8. So 25 plus 8. 25 plus 8, that is 33. And these two places will be 8 square. Whatever is the difference uska square. So that will be 64. ठीक है? Can you find 51 square? Can you find 51 square? 50 square is 2500. 2500. So 2500. 51 square. How much is that? 51 square. 51 square. So difference 1. So plus 1. 25 plus 1, 26. 1 square is 1. But there are 2 places. So how do I write it? 0, 1. 2601. If I have to find 52 square, how much is that? 52 square. So 25 plus 2, 27. 2 square, 04. Now without calculation, can you tell me 53 square? Without any calculation, can you find 53 square? ध्यान से देखो इसको. 51, 26, 52, 27, 53, 28. 1 square, 2 square, 3 square. Without calculation, can you find 54 square? Can you do that now? 54, 55, 56, 57. Can you look at that series? अगर समझ में आया तो एक बार बता दो मुझे भी. And press the like button, as they say. You see, you will not require any calculation. You will not require any calculation till 59. Yes, no, anything? You will not require. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 16, 4 square, 30, 5 square, 31, 6 square, 32, 7 square, which we did, 33, 8 square, which we did, and 34, 81, that is 59 square. So from 60 it will change, but this is a continuous series. Look at that, from 50 to 59, such a beautiful series that we have. ठीक है ना? So 29, 4 ऐड किया, 4 का स्क्वायर 16, 30, 5 ऐड किया, 5 का स्क्वायर 25, 31, 6 ऐड किया, 6 का स्क्वायर 36, 7 स्क्वायर 49, that is 7 ऐड किया 32. Okay, so they'll come in line if you just look at it. Calculation की भी ज़रूरत नहीं रहेगी. Same goes with the numbers below 100, below 50 as well. ठीक है? See, even with this method, you can calculate further squares as well. Suppose we have 64 square. Can we calculate 64 square from here? Can we calculate 64 squares from here? Base 50. So 50 square is 25, 0, 0. Difference 14, so plus 14. 25 plus 14 is 39. But here we have only two places. But ये तो अब कितनी बार कर लिया ना? 14 square is 196. So 96 will come here and 1 will be carried forward, plus 1, 39 plus 1, 4096. That is what is important. Okay, so base remains 50 only. Base remains 50 only, 4096. Is that clear? Can we go ahead? Can we take up the numbers below 50? Base 50 पे ही below 50 का numbers consider करें. Base 50 पे can we consider the numbers below 50? Can we consider the numbers below 50 now? So method remains same, 50 square, and that is 2500. If I want to find square of 47, how much is the difference? This time it is lower side. किसका स्क्वायर याद नहीं हो तो सॉल्यूशन बता दो. किसका स्क्वायर? किसका स्क्वायर याद नहीं हो तो? किसका स्क्वायर याद नहीं हो तो? 50, 47, difference 3. So 3 subtract 25 minus 3, 22. 3 square 09. Remember, difference का ही square लेना है. Square is always of difference. यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा mistake लोग क्या करते हैं? The biggest mistake is that we take is last digit. नहीं, square difference का square. Okay, 67 है अगर 67 है. 50 square is 2500. So keep 25 here. Difference 17. So plus 17. 17 25 में add करना है. ये आपको back of the mind याद रखना है. This is what you have to keep in mind, Nuran. Right? So 17 is the difference. So 17 25 में add करना है. Number को भूल जाओ. ठीक है ना? So 17 add किया, so we will get 42. Then two places. Then square of the difference. Square of 17. Square of 17 is 289. So 89 will come here. And 2 will be carry forward, so plus 2. Carry forward तो हमने base 100 में भी किया, वैसे ही करना है. Carry forward का कोई अलग मेथड नहीं होता. जैसे हमने किया था पहले is the same way. That carry forward goes to the first part. So 4489. Okay, Nurain, I hope it is clear. Mitesh, what square are you talking about? जो याद ना हो तो उसका solution दूँ. वो कौन से square की आप बात कर रहे हो? Is it clear? Please respond and confirm. एक और example, if I have 61 square. So 50 square is 2500, that should be there at the back of mind. Difference 11, so 25 plus 11, 36. 11 square is 121. So 21 will come here, 1 will get added to this. So 36 plus 1, 37, 21. Okay, so when you ask a question and when I answer it, you need to respond, है ना? Otherwise that would be total disrespect considered as, okay? Chaliye, anyways. So 50 square, difference 3, 25 minus 3, 22, 3 square, 09. Okay, 2209. Suppose I have to calculate 49 square, difference 1. So 25 and it is lower side में minus आएगा. So 25 minus 1, 25 minus 1, that is 24. 1 square, 01. But you know, two places are there, so it has to be written as 01. 48 square. Difference 2. So 25. Okay, good Nuran. Thank you. चलो बहुत बढ़िया. अच्छा नीचे भी देखो Nuran, it will come in the same pattern. You will not need any calculation. The best part is you are not going to need any calculation. जैसे we had 59 square से नीचे 50 square. Similarly नीचे 49 square. So subtract 1, 2, 4. 1 square, 0, 1. 48 square. Subtract 2, 23. 2 square 04, 47 square. So you don't need any calculation as such. ठीक है? 14 प्लस नहीं 25 तक करना है मितेश, वो उसमें कोई लॉजिक थोड़ी है. आई हैव ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट द रीजनिंग एंड द लॉजिकल पार्ट ऑफ द एग्जाम. सो ये सब बातें नहीं करनी है कि मुझे याद नहीं रहती, बैठ के करो, एज सिंपल एज दैट. अदरवाइज अगर नहीं याद है और उसमें से आया तो आपको तकलीफ होगी. हाँ, एक स्टैंडर्ड ये है दैट अप टू 25 यू हैव टू मेमोराइज. ठीक है ना, इसमें कोई डिस्काउंट नहीं है ना. देयर इज नो डिस्काउंट अंडर एनी सर्कमस्टांस. याद करो, व्हाट इज योर नेम? मितेश. व्हाट इज द स्पेलिंग ऑफ मितेश? MITESH. बैठ के याद करो. ठीक है, एक रात बैठ के पूरा 25 तक स्क्वायर याद करो. आई मीन एक रात बहुत ज्यादा होता है. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes. So instead of looking up for anything, you have to understand कि कौन सा उसमें से करना है. 15, 20, 25, very easy. 21 is so standard, special number 441. 12 square is 144, 21 square is 441. एक दूसरे का उल्टा है. मुश्किल से 6 नंबर आपको याद करने हैं. तो बहानेबाजी बिल्कुल नहीं करनी है. And I am very particular and very blunt about that. As simple as that. Because I know the competition. ठीक है ना. So आपको नहीं रहता तो आपके कन्वीनियंस के हिसाब से एग्जाम तो होगा नहीं. What do you say? ठीक है, so you will have to do it यार. बैठो और कॉपी पे करके 3 बार 4 बार लिखो, 10 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं लगेगा. Identify which numbers are the troubles. ये भी है ना, सारे नंबर्स ट्रबल हो ही नहीं सकते. 15, 20 and 25 cannot be troubles. क्योंकि अगर वो ट्रबल है तो फिर I cannot comment anything further. उसके अलावा जो उसको 4 बार बैठ के करो. 46 square, 25 minus 4, 21. As I have said in the earlier segment of this class, that if you are looking for a medicine or injection, that is impossible. There is no confusion about that. 45 square is 2025. So you see the sequence: 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. 44 square 19, 36. 43 square, that is 18, 49. 42 square, that is 17, 64. 41 square, that is 16, 81. राइट. सो ये जो है हमारा बहुत ही बढ़िया एक सीक्वेंस जैसा बनता है. तो एटलीस्ट 40 to 60 इज समथिंग दैट बिकम्स एक्सट्रीमली इजी फॉर यू. सो अगर मितेश इफ यू रिमेंबर द स्क्वायर स्टिल 10, तो वहां तक तो प्रॉब्लम बिल्कुल नहीं है. 40 to 60 में यू ओनली नीड द स्क्वायर्स अप टू 10. ऑल राइट. सो ये हो गया हमारा द स्क्वायर्स ऑन द बेस 50. We can go below 40 also. We can go below 40 also. For example, if I have to find the square of 39, let's see. If I have to find square of 39. So 39 square, how do I do that? So 50 square is equal to 2500. 2500, difference is 11. So minus 11. 25 minus 11 is 14. Now 11 square, that is 121. Here 2 places, so 21 will come here. अब ये वाला जो पार्ट है तो चौथी बार कर रहे हैं हम. So that carry forward thing is going to continue like that. So plus 1. So 14 plus 1, 15, 21. That is 39 square. 38 square is a special number. This is the only square in which last 3 digits are same. तो ये तो आप कभी भूल ही नहीं सकते. You don't have any right to forget 38 square now. 38 square is 1444. That's a special number. 2 digit same हो सकते हैं, 4 digit same, 4 digit same हो सकते हैं, but 3 digit same in a square is not possible in any number other than 38. Right? So यही सब चीजें हैं. I mean there are other things also. For example, 12 square is 144. 21 square is 441. Now you cannot forget these two. 13 square is 169. 31 square is 961. So number को उल्टा किया, स्क्वायर उल्टा हो गया. So these things will help you to memorize the things or the squares very easily. Yes, Mitesh, do you understand my intention? Do you understand the emotion behind it? Okay. चलिए, so ये रहा हमारा squares वाला part. Now we move to the most important segment for us. ये सारा इंपॉर्टेंट कैसे है? ऑल दीज थिंग्स हेल्प यू टू इंक्रीज योर कॉन्फिडेंस. ठीक है ना. ये जितना ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस करेंगे एंड ऑल देयर इज अनदर थिंग, यू डोंट हैव टू गो अबव 100 फॉर एनी कैलकुलेशन फॉर यू इन ऑल दीज एंट्रेंस एग्जाम्स. ऑल एंट्रेंस एग्जाम्स, फॉर एनी कैलकुलेशंस you have to go up to 2 digit numbers only. ठीक है, up to 2 digit numbers only. So 150, 178, 583, 789, those numbers are not important for you. ठीक है, so once you do these practices, these will increase your confidence and hence your speed will increase and hopefully your accuracy will increase. ठीक है ना? That's what is extremely important. Yes Mitesh, very good. That's a good response. है ना? लेके बैठ जाओ. खाना नहीं खाऊंगा साला जब तक खत्म नहीं होता, है ना? जब तक वो पूरा नहीं होगा, I will not have my dinner. Sit with that intent. Okay? Chalo, all right. Fractions to percentage. Fractions to percentage. We'll just go through the glimpse of this. Some of the important fractions that you really need to memorize is that what we do is, again इसमें भी एक agenda है कि 1 से 1 by 1 to 1 by 30 we should directly be able to mention or we should memorize these fraction to percentages, but rectify नहीं कर सकते, ठीक है ना? रट नहीं सकते तो क्या करेंगे? We understand that if there is a fraction a by b, how do we convert it to percentage? That we know. A by b अगर है, fraction है, so how do we convert into a percentage? It is a by b into 100. This much percentage. So if it is 2 by 5, how much is it in percentage? It is 2 by 5 into 100, this much percentage. So you say 5, 20, 20 into 2, 40%. This is what you say, right? 2 by 5 is a fraction which is equal to 40 as a percentage, right? 1 by 4. 1 by 4 is what? 1 by 4 is 1 by 4 into 100, this much percentage. So it is 25%. So we say that 1 by 4 fraction is equal to 25%. ठीक है? It's like same as kilometer to meter conversion, fraction to percentage conversion. ठीक है ना? इसमें हम क्या कर रहे हैं? It's just that we are multiplying by 100. Fraction to percentage conversion, we are multiplying by 100. Now, इसमें भी ये time बचा सकते हैं. These times can be saved at least for some fractions, if not all, some of them. इसमें से भी प्राइम नंबर छोड़ दो, थोड़े बहुत, एक दो, बाकी ज्यादातर कर लो. So I'll just show you the example. What you can do is you can divide in the families. Divide in the families, and remember 1 is equal to 100%. So when I say 1 by 2, what do I need to do? Divide by 2. So if you divide by 2, 100 by 2 is 50%. Now 1 by 2 is 50%. If you have walked on this earth, अगर आप इस धरती पे जिंदा घूम चुके हो तो आपको ये पता होगा 1 by 2 is 50%, right? इसमें कोई रॉकेट साइंस या रॉकेट साइंस या कोई स्टडी की जरूरत नहीं है. Half is 50%. Clear? Whether you are good in maths, whether you are bad in maths, it should not matter for 1 by 2. You know, it also happens that everything we start justifying, अरे हमको मैथ्स नहीं आता, हम ये कैसे करेंगे? अभी इसमें मैथ्स की जरूरत नहीं है ना, इसमें सिर्फ जिंदा होने की जरूरत है. This is how brutal I would be about things that are from our daily life. So use your daily life also, है ना? चलो अब थोड़ा मैथ्स लगाते हैं इसमें. मैथ्स कैसे लगाएंगे? So if I have 1 by 2, how did I get this? Divide by 2. This is what I would have done in the background, isn't it? Divide by 2. Acha, so if I have to find 1 by 4, what do? 1 by 8, 1 by 16. Do it now. Do it now. Divide both sides by 2. So if you divide this side by 2, you get 1 by 4. Divide this side by 2, you get 25. Yes? No? Anything? If I want to find 1 by 8, divide by 2. So divide by 2. So 25 by 2, that is 12.5%. ठीक है? Further, from here, divide by 2. So 12.5 divide by 2, 6.25%. अगर कोई बोल रहा है मुझे टेबल ऑफ 2 नहीं याद है, तो फिर अब मैं क्या ही बोल सकता हूं? Then I cannot say anything. है ना? उसका फिर मैं जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है, सीरियसली नहीं है, बिकॉज ये स्टेज भी नहीं है उसका जवाब देने का. अगर अर्ली होता तो मैं बोलता 2 का टेबल याद करो, ठीक है? बट दिस इज नॉट द स्टेज. इफ समबडी सेज कि मुझे टेबल ऑफ 2 नहीं आता, या 2 से मल्टीप्लाई करना नहीं आता, या 2 से डिवाइड करना नहीं आता, बिकॉज आई एम अज्यूमिंग एवरीबडी नोज दैट. आई होप सो, है ना? चलिए, सो नाउ 1 by 8 is 12.5%, 1 by 16 6.25%, और ये पूरा करने में हमको 40 सेकेंड लगे हैं. तो अगर आप 40 सेकेंड 3 बार कर देते हो तो आपको याद हो जाएगा. देन यू विल नॉट नीड टू डू एनी कैलकुलेशन. ऑल्सो ये आपको पता है, ये आपको याद है, और ये आपको कैलकुलेट करना है. सी अंडरस्टैंड द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ वर्क ऑल्सो. बहाने लोग बच्चे तब बनाते हैं जब बोलते हैं अच्छा यहां से मुझे करना पड़ेगा, बट वो करना थोड़ी है. दिस इज देयर, दिस वी नो, दिस वी आर कंफर्टेबल विद. कैलकुलेशन तो 2 ही हुआ ना, तो गिनती नहीं करनी है कि मैंने कितना सारा काम किया, काम करना है. ठीक है? Okay, now from here 3 by 4. What is 3 by 4? So 1 by 4 is 25%. So can I say in my mind 3 into 1 by 4? 3 by 4 is 3 into 1 by 4. Now 1 by 4 is 25. So into 3, that is 75%. ठीक है ना? If I give you 5 by 8, now अब इसे मल्टीप्लाई नहीं करेंगे, अब ध्यान से सुनो इसमें क्या करेंगे. When it is 5 by 8, we use properties of fractions. कैसे? 5 को we can write 4 plus 1 divide by 8. 4 plus 1 divide by 8. So this becomes 4 by 8, which is 1 by 2 plus 1 by 8. अगर कोई ऐसा फ्रैक्शन हो तो हम अलग अलग कर सकते हैं ना. If I have a plus b divided by c, we can take it as a by c plus b by c. So this becomes very easy. Now 1 by 2 I know it is 50%. 1 by 8 I know it is 12.5%. So 50% plus 12.5%, right? So from here we get 1 by 2 is 50% and 1 by 8 is 12.5%. Add, you get 62.5%. Right? So बड़े fractions में this is how you break it. Do you understand? Please respond yes, no and confirm. So if I have, let's say 13 by 16, how do we calculate that? 13 by 16. Now 13 को break करना है, इस तरह से break करना है कि 16 का factor आ जाए. So 8 plus 4 plus 1 by 16. So even if there are 3 parts, 8 by 16 is 1 by 2, 4 by 16 is 1 by 4 and 1 by 16. So 1 by 2 is 50%, 1 by 4 is 25% and 1 by 16 is 6.25%. 50 plus 25, 75 plus 6, 81.25%. Do we understand that? Yes, है ना? Right? तो एक थोड़ा मैं चाहता था ये रिवीजन हो जाए, because I have seen in the last 4-5 years there have been a lot of questions on this fraction percentage conversion. So this is family of 2. Family of 2 के साथ we can do family of 5. ठीक है? So for example 1 is equal to 100%. 1 by 5 is 20%. Now I want you to write 2 by 5 in your notebook and say done when you are done. 3 by 5 in your notebook, 4 by 5 in your notebook, ठीक है? And 1 by 25 in your notebook. Percentage में कितना कितना होगा, and once you are done you can say done. Then we'll go ahead. जल्दी से करो. 1 is equal to 100%. So what do I need to do? I divided by 5. So I got 1 by 5. But then 2 by 5 कैसे आएगा? Into 2 करके. 3 by 5 कैसे आएगा? Into 3 करके and so on. So 1 by 5 की पूरी family जो है ये सारे इसके अंदर cover हो गया. The entire family of 1 by 5 has been covered in that. Okay. I would wait for your response. Once you are done, you can say done. All right, so 1 by 5 is 20%, 2 by 5, 2 into 20, 40%, 3 by 5, 3 into 20, 60%, 4 by 5, 4 into 8, 20, 80%, ठीक है ना? अरे वाह. Now 1 by 25 कैसा हो गया? 1 by 5 is already we have divide by 5, so divide by 5 that is 4%. So there is a pair, specific pair. 1 by 4 was 25%, 1 by 25 is 4%. तो ये दोनों के लिए तो कोई भी कैलकुलेशन की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए. This becomes a special case. Very good समृद्धि, very nice, है ना? So keep identifying the special cases. Keep identifying the special cases. They will help you, right? So जैसे एक तो ये हो गया 1 by 4, 1 by 25. No calculation needed now onwards. ठीक है? Okay. Now we have, let's say, family of 3. That is very crucial. 1 is equal to 100%. So 1 by 3 क्या होगा? 100 by 3 divide by 3 करो, so 33.33%. Now इसमें क्या होता है? There is very interesting thing. इसमें आज के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? We'll just try to memorize the values and their appearances, because they in the exam they play with these percentages. तो चाहे ये लिखा हो चाहे ये लिखा हो, in fraction it is 1 by 3. So 33.33% or 1 by 3% is the same thing. 1 by 9, how do I get 1 by 9? Further divide by 3, you get 11.11%. In exam, this value can be given as 1 by 9%. So 1 by 9 as a fraction is equal to 1 by 9 percentage. How do I use it in the question? Question में लिखा होगा 1 by 9% of 936. और 1836 ऐसा लिखा होगा. Now if you go and do any calculation here, you'll get stuck. What will you do? 11 1 by 9% becomes 1 by 9 into whatever is this number, 1836. Okay, so 9 cancels 2 times, 04. So 204 is the answer. That's how you will save your life and neck and head and whatever. ठीक है ना? इस तरह से आप अपनी जान बचाएंगे एग्जाम में. But yeah, you need to remember these expressions. So 1 by 9 is 11 1 by 9%. 1 by 3 is 33 1 by 3%. Okay? Similarly, अब इन दोनों का पेयर बन जाता है. So you should memorize this pair. कैसे? मैं आपको specific pair बता देता हूँ. 1 by 9 is 11.11% और 11 1 by 9%. 1 by 11 is 9.09% और 9 1 by 11%. तो इन दोनों का एक खूबसूरत पेयर बन गया. देखो, देखने से पता चल रहा है 9 और 11 इंटरचेंज हो रहे हैं. ठीक है? So this will help you to memorize both 1 by 9 and 1 by 11 together. Okay? Both 1 by 9 and 1 by 11 together you can memorize from there. Keep identifying the special cases, keep identifying the special appearances. 11 1 by 9, 11.11. है ना? Now if I ask you what is 77.77% in fraction, can you tell me 77.77% in fraction? ध्यान से देखो, यहीं से दिखना चाहिए. So if it is 11.11 is 1 by 9, so 7 times दिख रहा है, so it is equal to 7 by 9. So that calculation will become much easier and faster, much faster. ठीक है? So इसीलिए ये चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना बड़ा ज़रूरी है कि वो दिखेगा बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन 77.77%, but eventually in fraction it will become 7 by 9 and then calculation will become easy like this. ठीक है? Okay, I'll add some more here. So if I have, let's say 1 by 3 is 33.33% or 33 1 by 3%. What will be 1 by 6, 1 by 12, 1 by 24? What should I do? क्या करें ऐसा कि हम ये calculate कर पाएं? What should we do for the calculation of this? So this is 33 1 by 3%. What should we do for this conversion? What should we do for this conversion? फटाफट करो. 1 by 3 is 33.33%. That is 33 1 by 3%. यस बच्चों बताइए. So 1 by 3 is 33 1 by 3%. 1 by 6 will be divide by 2. If you divide by 2, it will become 16.66%. That is written as 16 2 by 3%. So in the exam it may be presented like this or like this. दोनों के तरीके से इसको present किया जा सकता है. ठीक है? 16.66%. 66 कहाँ से आया मेरे भाई? Okay, yeah, 16 2 by 3%. So it is 1 by 6. 1 by 3 है, 1 by 6 करना है. So divide by 2 करना है. 1 by 3 है, 1 by 6 करना है तो divide by 2 करना है. 1 by 12, so again divide by 2, so it will become 8.33%, or it can be presented as 8 1 by 3%. ठीक है ना? Then divide by 2 again you will get 1 by 24, so 4.16%, or it can be presented as 4 1 by 6%. So this, ये सारी चीजें आपके लिए हिंट का काम करेंगे एग्जाम में. ठीक है? These percentages are like untouchable, so whenever these percentages are there you must use the fractions. ठीक? यहाँ पे भी दो specific pairs बन रहे हैं. The two specific pairs are 1 by 16 is 6.25% and 1 by 6 is 16.66%. तो ये दोनों को एक साथ याद करने की कोशिश करो. Instead of rectifying, you can make the pairs कि 1 by 16 में 6 आ रहा है, 1 by 6 में 16 आ रहा है, but point अलग है. This is a terminating decimal, this is a recurring decimal. ठीक है? Same way is 1 by 8. We have already done 12.5%. 1 by 12 and that will be 8.33%. ठीक है? So इस तरह से जो है हम इन चीज़ों को कर सकते हैं. So that is what I said, you see from 1 by 1 to 1 by 30 we have covered most of the fraction. Can you count how many have we done? एक बार चेक करोगे? Can you check in your notebook in the last 3 pages, 2 pages, how many of these fractions we have covered just in the family of 2, 5 and 3? just in the family of 2, 5 and 3 हमने 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 4, 1 by 5, 1 by 6, 1 by 8, 1 by 9, 1 by 10 तो बहुत ही नॉर्मल हो गया, 1 by 10, 1 by 11, 1 by 12, 1 by 16 and या बस इतना and 1 by 24. So 12 तो यही हो गए, ठीक है. 1 by 20 will be very simple, 5%, right? So almost 12-13 हमारे इसमें cover हो गए. हाँ, 1 by 25 also we have done. But you can always get to the others as well. एक बहुत सुंदर सा situation बताता हूँ. Whenever you have a multiple of 5, then what to do? For example, how do you calculate 1 by 15? 1 by 15 कैसे करोगे? 1 by 15, how to do that? Whenever you have a multiple of 5, ऊपर नीचे 2 से multiply कर दो. सोचो मत, ऊपर नीचे 2 से multiply कर दो. Don't think, just multiply by 2 in numerator and denominator. This will become 2 by 30. Now we have 1 by 3, that is 33.33%. है ना? So 2 by 3 will be 66.66%. So 2 by 30, we have 2 by 3. So how do I get 2 by 30? Divide by 10, so it becomes 6.66%. So 1 by 15 is 6.66 or 62 by 3%. So it is not that difficult as it looks like. You know, if I have 1 by 45, if I have 1 by 45, we have a multiple of 5 there, so what should we do? What should we do? We multiply by 2 and 2. So we get 2 divided by 90. So we have just done 1 by 9, that is 11.11%. So 2 by 9, that would be 22.22%, right? So 2 by 90 divided by 10, it will become 2.22% or 2 by 9%. So this is like pure appearance, calculation तो कुछ है ही नहीं. There is no such calculation. एक appearance समझ आ गया कि 0.11 को मैं 1 by 9 लिखता हूँ, ठीक है ना. So 0.22 के लिए 2 by 9 आएगा and so on and so forth. तो sorry पेन बहुत excite हो गया, right? So one appearance if you get comfortable with, then everything goes on and on and on from there, ठीक है. Right? I'm sorry, पेन हाथ से छूट गया, है ना. Right? Okay, चलिए बहुत बढ़िया. I think, I mean, more work you do, more comfortable you keep becoming. इसमें एक important है, which is famous for CLAT exams. I'll share 1 by 7 family. 1 by 7 is very interesting, 14.28%. तो actually होता क्या है? For the 7 family, 1 by 7 is a recurring decimal, 14.2857%. And again 1 4. So 14.285714. So 1 4 starts repeating from here. So this gives us a cycle 1 4 2 8 5 7. You just need to decide the first digit. Everything else will follow. How is that? What is the meaning of that? So 1 by 7, you start from 1 and then go ahead. ठीक है? In that cycle. So 2 digit लेने का फिर decimal लेने का. So 2 digit in that cycle, in that order, starting from 1, 2 digits and decimal, 28%. 2 by 7. How do I calculate 2 by 7? So from this circle, we can find 2 by 7, 3 by 7, 4 by 7, 5 by 7, 6 by 7. ये सारे हम इसमें से find कर सकते हैं. करोगे आप भी? देखो 2 by 7 क्या होगा? 2 by 7 कैसे होगा? 2 by 7 क्या होगा? So, थोड़ा कॉमन सेंस भी दिमाग में रखना है. 1 by 7 का ट्वाइस होना चाहिए. 2 by 7 should be double of 1 by 7. So 14 का डबल 28. So I know the first digit has to be 2. In that cycle 2. 2 के बाद 8. 8 के बाद decimal. Decimal के बाद 5 7. So 28.57%. ठीक है. 3 by 7 should be 3 times this. So 14 3 times. How much is it? 14 3 times is 42 something. So start with 4. So 4 and 2. 4 के बाद क्या आ रहा है साइकिल में? 2. 2 के बाद क्या आ रहा है? 8 5 and decimal 2 digit के बाद. So 85%. If I want to find 4 by 7. 4 by 7. So 14 4s are 56. So first digit is 5. First digit is 5. So first digit is 5 and उसके बाद ऐसा. So 2 digit 57.5. 5 के बाद 7, 7 के बाद 1, देन 4. सो साइकिल यही रहेगा. सो 1 4 2 8 5 7 1 4 2 8 5 7 1 4 2 8 5 7 एंड सो ऑन. सो 57.14%. ठीक है. 5 by 7. 5 by 7 is 14, 5. One thing is very clear that 5 by 7 is what? It is definitely 5 into 1 by 7. So that means one way is multiply this number by 5. We can do that, but we don't have to do the entire multiplication of 5. Just identify the first digit. So 14 5s are 70. So first digit is 7. So I have to take 2 digits. So 7 के बाद क्या आएगा इस cycle में? 1. After that decimal and then other digits. So 4 2. So 71.42%. ठीक है. 6 by 7. So 6 by 7 will be 14 6s are 84. So I know the first digit, that is 8. First digit, that is 8. ठीक. So 8 के बाद क्या आता है? 5. So 2 digits and then decimal. So 85.71%. So this way you can find all these things. सिमिलर सीरीज के साथ ही याद करना है. ये क्या बात हो गई मितेश? ये ऐसी बेकार की बातें कहाँ से आ रही हैं तुम्हारे दिमाग में? What does that mean? सिमिलर सीरीज के साथ या ऐसा? These are different tools. Now if I just make the screen blank and how much is 1 by 12, ये पता होना चाहिए. This is the target. ये सब फालतू की चीजें मत सोचो ना, फिर वही कर रहे हो. This is exactly what I keep saying again and again. This is the target. When I say 1 by 16, ये क्या है? ये क्या बात हो गई कि कैसे याद करना है? ये याद होना चाहिए, है ना? You guys are not 8 years olds now, right? No, you have to be very, very clear about this. Don't treat yourself like child. Don't treat yourself like kid. You are going to make policies in some time, right? You're already cleared 12th or about to clear 12th. So don't treat yourself like a kid. ये टारगेट है. ये कौन सी बात हो गई कि हम सीरीज में याद कर, जैसे मर्जी याद करो, मत याद करो, है ना? या फोटो खींच के दिमाग में प्रिंट कर लो. These things will stop you from doing any good thing or any big thing. And it's very clear, and I'm very clear and brutal about that. Because ये सब आइडियाज, ये सब विचार, ये पर्सनल है. कैसे याद करना है का क्या मतलब है? याद करो, याद होना चाहिए. That's the whole point. If I come across 1 by 15, पता होना चाहिए. If I come across 1 by 14, पता होना चाहिए. बस. See, unless you treat yourself like this, you will not be able to clear anything out of that CLAT or any other exam. जब तक आप अपने आप को इस तरह से हार्ड ट्रीट नहीं करोगे, वहां तक तो क्या उसके आसपास भी नहीं पहुंच पाओगे. How do you remember? Does not matter. मालूम होना चाहिए. 1 by 12, 8.33%. बस. और 8 1 by 3%. ऐसा होना चाहिए. ठीक है. 1 by 16, 6.25% और 6 1 by 4%. ऐसा होना चाहिए. अब तुम कैसे करते हो? गोला बना के उसको चाय के साथ या कॉफी के साथ पी जाते हो? That does not matter. We have talked about tools, different ways. 1 by 15 is 6 2 by 3% or 6.66%. It has to be done like this. अब 1 by 14 we have not done. Now, interesting part. 1 by 14 we have not done, but we have done 1 by 7. 1 by 7 is 14.28%. 1 by 14 was not there in that cycle. यहां पे काम करना पड़ेगा. ये याद है? अच्छा, so क्या करेंगे? Divide by 2. Divide by 2. Divide by 2. So divide by 2. Interestingly, you see 7 इसका half 14. अरे वो digit घूम के आ गया. The same digits have just appeared there. I hope it made some sense. Yes? No? Anything? Mitesh, you understood? Others, do you understand what is the idea behind all this? Now if you see, we have covered almost 20 out of 30 targets, है ना? बाकी प्राइम नंबर्स है, उनको छोड़ भी दो तो चलेगा. ठीक है? Right. So can we go ahead now? As I had said, I'll take only one set today. और ये वो वाला सेट है जहां पे लोग बात करने से घबराते हैं, because that was a controversial set. In 2021 there was a question that was given by CLAT. It was a beautiful question, great question, but they had given wrong answer. तो आज हम उनकी धज्जियां उड़ाएंगे. ठीक है? Whatever percentage profit loss, whatever we have just calculations we have seen, we'll use that. Mitesh, you're done. भावनात्मक मजबूती लानी पड़ेगी बच्चे. ठीक है? Emotional power is the only power that is yours, right? चलो. So this set, the answers given by them was wrong. So even if I have given you the questions, you just read the question and try to answer the question. Options को ignore करो. Okay? मेरी बात ध्यान से सुन लो बच्चों, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनो. ऑप्शंस को इग्नोर करो. क्यों? क्योंकि मैं पहले ही बता रहा हूं क्लैट 21 का बहुत ही खूबसूरत, बहुत ही बढ़िया कंसेप्चुअल क्वेश्चन था, इजी क्वेश्चन था, ठीक है. बट एग्जामिनर जो जिसने भी क्वेश्चन बनाया होगा, दे डिड ब्लंडर, नॉट मिस्टेक, इट वाज अ ब्लंडर, ठीक है. सो दे डिड इट रॉन्ग. सो इवन इफ यू हैव डन इट अर्लियर, नो प्रॉब्लम विद दैट. हम इसको अच्छे से इसका एनालिसिस करेंगे. व्हाट आई वांट यू टू डू राइट नाउ इज रीड द पैसेज, read the questions, ignore the options, read the question, and then whatever you get to it. If you get a value, great. If you get cannot be determined, great. जो भी है, ठीक है, करोगे. So बहुत शांति से, I'll give you 5 minutes for this. Do that, then we'll discuss and proceed. ठीक है, करो. Yes, children. Can you hear my voice? अच्छा एक चीज़ बताओ. Today we already have spent around 4.5 hours. Would you like more such sessions in the coming 3 days, like tomorrow, day after, Saturday? So anyways, we are planning a revision session for everything. Would you like to have more sessions tomorrow and day after like this? I would want everyone to respond. That would be a good thing. कि ऐसा ही एक सेशन हम कल रखें और परसों भी. Okay. Chalo, in this question, what is the trouble? What is the trouble? Let's see. Let's start discussion with this. Two renowned international software companies, namely Polaris and Contingent, started their business in the year 2007. And both the companies were in competition with each other in profit making. Polaris earned 30% profit in the year 2007 and 2008 and further increased to 40% in 2009. However, its profit percentage decreased to 20% in the year 2010. On the other hand, Contingent opened with 40% profit in 2007 but slowly decreased to 35% and 30% in 2009. Both the companies increased their profit percentage in the later year considerably. Polaris increased its profit percentage to 35% in 2011 and 50% in 2012. Simultaneously, Contingent increased its profit percentage to 45% in 2010, 50% in 2011 and reached 60% in the year 2012. अच्छा, Mitesh has only responded about the session for tomorrow. मैं चाहता हूँ बाकी लोग भी एक बार respond करो. All 6-7 people who are there present right now. It would be, I know a lot of people watch recording. So those who are watching recording, please put in the comment you want more session. ठीक है. And जो लोग अभी present है, please respond करो अभी. नहीं चाहिए तो नहीं करेंगे, है ना? या फिर personally उन लोगों के लिए कर देंगे जो चाहते हैं. Okay. Shanvi, good evening बच्चे. So yeah, please respond whether you want this session tomorrow or day after also or not. What we'll do, instead of 5 hours, we'll keep it 4 hours. कि crisp revision कर देंगे, ऐसा करेंगे, ठीक है ना? Okay. Now in this question, only profit percentage is given. Only profit percentage is given. वो भी profit percentage किस पे दिया है और किस पे calculate करना है वो नहीं दिया है. Whether it is on the cost price, whether it is on cost price or on selling price or on revenue, let's say, that is not given. एक तो ये problem है, ठीक है. Also, suppose it is on revenue. एक बार का ऐसा मान लें. Usually the companies present their profit percentage on revenue, ठीक है. अगर हम मान लें by default की revenue है, but the revenue values कहाँ हैं? Revenue values are not there, है ना? Because if I say, खाली अगर मैं Polaris की बात करूं, just let's talk about Polaris, 2007 and 8, 30% in both year. It says 30% in 2007 and 30% in 2008. How do I know the profit values? Because 2007 का revenue कितना है हमें कहां से पता? अब ये मान लो ये 200 करोड़ के ऊपर 30% है और ये 500 करोड़ के ऊपर 30% है या 150 करोड़ के ऊपर 30% है, हमें कैसे पता? हाउ डू वी नो कि प्रॉफिट वैल्यू सेम है कि डिफरेंट है? आर वी टुगेदर? इज दैट क्लियर? क्या प्रॉब्लम है, समझ आया इसमें? सो द इंफॉर्मेशन इज कंप्लीटली मिसिंग. देयर इज नो इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट द रेवेन्यू, ऑल्सो ऑन द मेथड ऑफ कैलकुलेशन ऑफ प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज. Okay, so we'll have session tomorrow also. Okay, tomorrow, day after, वो सारा ठीक है. Right, so you understand this? यहाँ पे क्या problem है? We cannot say anything about the values. No information about on values. किसका values? वो भी देखो. Values of revenue, that is the selling price. Expenses, that is the cost price. प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज दिया है, प्रॉफिट वैल्यू के बारे में तो कोई आइडिया नहीं है ना, कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है. नो राइट, यू कैन अटेंड. अगर आप नेक्स्ट ईयर के लिए भी कर रहे हो कोई बात नहीं. इफ टेल मी इफ यू आर कंफर्टेबल, इफ यू आर लाइकिंग इट, है ना? यस, आर वी ऑल क्लियर अबाउट दिस? कैन वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस कि इसके बारे में कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है. Now let's look at the questions. I have just taken 3 questions here. बाकियों का भी उसी तरह से आंसर होगा. What is the increase in profit? I don't know the profit values. ठीक है ना? In 2011-12 also I know only the profit percentage because only profit percentage is given. So 2011 में profit value कितना है नहीं पता. 2012 में profit value कितना है नहीं पता. Hence it is a very easy question and answer is cannot be determined. Are you getting the point? उन्होंने क्या गड़बड़ किया, उन्होंने कुछ उसमें वो सीधे सीधे उसका कुछ डिफरेंस निकाल दिया 10 और 11 का. दैट इज रॉन्ग. आगे नहीं जाना. दैट इज रॉन्ग. आई विल अज्यूम कि ये क्वेश्चन सही है, आंसर उनका गलत था. अगर क्वेश्चन सही है तो आंसर कैन नॉट बी डिटरमिन्ड है, और क्वेश्चन तो सही है. देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग विद द क्वेश्चन. क्वेश्चन इज गुड. ठीक है. व्हाट परसेंटेज ऑफ द टोटल प्रॉफिट ऑफ पोलारिस कंपनी इन 2011 and 12 is the total profit of contingent company of 2007 and 8? Again profit value. ठीक है ना? So profit value के बारे में तो कुछ बता ही नहीं सकते, और इसमें cannot be determined है भी नहीं. Totally wrong. Wrong options. Yes, are you guys with me? Wrong options. Anyways, assuming the question is correct, इसका आंसर भी क्या होगा? Cannot be determined. इसका आंसर क्या होगा? कैन नॉट बी डिटरमिन्ड. क्यों? वी आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द वैल्यू ऑफ प्रॉफिट. समझ आ रही है बात बच्चों? ठीक है ना? ओके. नाउ आई वांट यू टू आंसर द थर्ड क्वेश्चन. कैन यू आंसर द थर्ड क्वेश्चन? उसमें तो रेवेन्यू दे रखा है, इनकम दे रखा है, हालांकि उसमें यह नहीं दे रखा कि प्रॉफिट इज कैलकुलेटेड इनकम, सो दैट इज देयर इज स्टिल अ ट्रबल. बट उसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, उसके अलावा भी आंसर आप कर पाओगे. अदर देन दैट ऑल्सो यू शुड बी एबल टू आंसर द क्वेश्चन. कैन यू ट्राई टू आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 3? द रेवेन्यू इज गिवन ऑफ 2008 is 200 crores. What was its profit in 2009? What was its profit in 2009? What was its profit in 2009? Yes? बताओ बच्चों, क्या होगा? Still cannot be determined. क्यों? Because it says 2008 200 crores revenue or income. So one flaw, what is the flaw here? The flaw is still the definition of profit percentage is not given, whether it is on cost price or on revenue. That is one problem. चलो एक बार को हम मान ले it is on revenue. ठीक है, एक बार को हम मान ले on revenue, on income. So 2008 का दिया है, so we can find for 2008. But how can we find for 2009? How can we find for 2009? So still answer cannot be determined. और इसमें भी उन्होंने कैलकुलेट कर दिया था. ठीक है? Yes, children, are you with me? So this is one question where the question is very good. Question is extremely good. ठीक है? But the answers given by the CLAT were wrong. एक क्वेश्चन में तो ऑप्शन ही रॉन्ग है, ऑप्शन है ही नहीं कैनॉट बी डिटरमिन्ड का. दूसरे दोनों में कैनॉट बी डिटरमिन्ड है, वही आंसर होना भी चाहिए और वही आंसर है भी, बट उन्होंने कुछ गलत दिया था. ठीक है? ओके. Any question in this? Any thought that you want to share? Any thought anyone wants to share here right now? चलो अब एक काम करते हैं, आज के लिए इतना ही रखते हैं. ठीक है? What I'll do is, अब इसके ऊपर हमने क्या किया मैं आपको बता देता हूं. On this set we have created good questions with correct options that I'll be taking up in one of the coming sessions if you want. So now as I see from the responses, we'll have the session, similar session tomorrow, day after and after that also. ठीक है? तो instead of 4.5, 5 hours, we'll make it 4 hours so that you have some time for self preparation also. Now I'm here if I can answer any of your questions. Anything you want to ask, go ahead. फटाफट, जल्दी जल्दी. If anyone wants to ask anything, you can ask about quant DI. DI के कुछ बढ़िया सेट्स करेंगे in the next 3 days, at least 2 sets, 3 sets, so that the revision of all the topics related to the CLAT exam, because कोई भरोसा नहीं है कौन से topic आएगा, but mostly they have been around arithmetic. Arithmetic means percentage, profit loss, averages, time, speed, distance, time and work, okay. Profit loss ही ज़्यादा रहा है, ratio proportion, and one time there was a question on graph also, bar graph. So we'll do one question on bar graph also in the next 3 days, and couple of questions based on the PYQ and a few new sets. ठीक है? Does that sound like a good plan? Is that okay with you guys? If you have something to ask, you can ask now. How was the session today? Can we get some feedback? How was the session today? All entire one पूरे 4.5 घंटे का feedback. If anyone wants to say anything, Mitesh says sounds good. ठीक है. Right. So anyone who is watching the recording, please make sure that you try and attend the next 3 sessions, because उसमें बहुत precise है, obviously selected questions, selected discussions, because more from the orientation of exam point of view. Right. Today we had 3 sections covered. Tomorrow also we'll have 2 or 3 sections covered. This is the way that we'll do for next 3 days. I believe, or we believe here, that it is tremendously useful, tremendously beneficial. Just before the exam अगर कोई चीज़ रिवाइज हो जाती है ना, तो बहुत अच्छे से उसको हम एग्जाम में इस्तेमाल कर पाते हैं. That's the whole and sole purpose of this marathon program. Okay. How was today's session? If you can give your feedback, fatafat, a little fast. Then we'll close the session and we end the day. You guys go ahead, have a little break and do your own work, your own revision that you're going to do. I know you guys have your schools also, so you're already managing very well. That's great, fantastic. But there is no other option. This is how it has to be prepared. This is how it has to be done. और कोई तरीका है नहीं. बस आप मेहनत करते रहिए. We'll keep making sure that whatever help we can provide, है ना? So we'll keep doing that. Okay, good, awesome. ये तुम लोग syllabus में ही बात करते हो एक word में. ठीक है, चलो. Anyways, that's good, that's fine. So I'm ending the session now. Okay, I'll end the session in exactly 30 seconds from now. I'll keep speaking till then. Okay. So I'll see you guys most probably day after again with a few sets. Right. So today is Wednesday and then Friday, maybe tomorrow also. So next 3 days में 2 दिन मैं आपको मिलूँगा. ठीक है. And the other faculties with other teachers, other subjects, they will be there, and we'll keep working as much as possible in the next 4-5 days. ठीक है, जितना हो सके आप अपनी तरह से तैयारी करें. Right, last day पे Saturday रात के लिए बहुत कुछ ना छोड़ें. Whatever is possible, please try and make sure that you do it today, tonight, tomorrow. It doesn't affect if you miss sleep a few nights. ओके, एक दिन अगर स्कूल छोड़ देते हो एक दिन तो कोई बात नहीं, कर सकते हो. तो दैट वेज इफ देयर इज नथिंग इंपॉर्टेंट, इफ देयर इज एन एग्जाम गोइंग ऑन, यू हैव टू गो टू द स्कूल. अदरवाइज इफ देयर इज नथिंग मच इंपॉर्टेंट तो एक दिन निकाल दो, सो दैट यू कैन फोकस अ लिटिल मोर ऑन दिस. इट्स एंड ऑफ द डे, रिमेंबर इट्स अ कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम, राइट? सो द मोर एफर्ट, मोर सैक्रिफाइसेस विल यील्ड बेटर रिजल्ट्स. ठीक है, सो आई एम एंडिंग द सेशन. स्टिल एनीवन वांट्स टू पुट एनीथिंग और एनी कमेंट एनीथिंग और से एनीथिंग? एंड करने के बाद भी आप कमेंट्स में डाल सकते हो. Those who are watching recording, I would love to see what feedback you have, if there is any requirement that you have or anything that you have, any thought process that you have. ठीक है, मुझसे share करो. I am very good at clearing the importance of thoughts. I am very good at brutally correcting you, and that is really helpful, tremendously helpful, because see what happens beyond a time. After a lot of experience, we know what exactly has to be done. So क्या होता है, when I stop you from doing something, you will actually save a lot of time and a lot of energy. So we'll keep our focus only on the required things, at least at this moment. Don't try doing anything new. Whatever you have learned, revise it properly as much as possible. है ना? ठीक है? चलो, so I am ending the session now. Thank you so much. My blessings to you. I'll see you again.